Hello, hello. Welcome to Sit and See. I'm Dr. Jared Jones. My research specialties are ancient systems of meditation, the cognitive science of meditation, Buddhist philosophy, and the philosophy of science. I am here doing another episode of Sit and See because I'm trying to bring meditation to more people. There are quite a few techniques that work very well in retreat. Unfortunately, they don't work very well in real life unless you already have a fair amount of experience. And it's my humble opinion that unfortunately, quite a few people are being taught the latter rather than the former. They're being taught things that would work really well if you had 3 days or 4 days to let your mind settle down and retreat, but that don't work so well if you are living in the real world and stirring your mind up every day between your meditation sessions. So, having said that, I'm on a bit of a mission to try to help people understand how you begin the process of training your mind in concentration and give you some tools that I call the five foundations to allow you to train in meditation in wider and wider and wider circumstances. So, this is, in so many words, why I'm here. Welcome to the show. So, on Sit and See, what we generally do is from about now until 9 o'clock, I answer questions related to meditation and people's personal practice. If there are no questions, I ramble on until we get to practice time, and then we do some practice together. So, are there, with the early joiners, any questions about your personal practice? While I'm waiting to see if any questions come in, my mind is filled with thoughts of Lohan today, as it has been as it has been for many, many days. Those of you who have been tuning in, I've been working with a wonderful gentleman by the name of Neil Ripsky, who teaches the physical aspect and the energetic aspect, let's say, qigong, neigong, this sort of thing, uh, tendon changing, bone marrow washing, a whole host of practices related to increasing vitality. And I've done a huge amount of these practices myself, and I find them to be very, very helpful. I've also trained in uh, Ashtanga yoga and a little bit of Hatha yoga, I believe, also, and a little bit of Kundalini yoga's kriyas, not their full on Kundalini practices from the Hindu tantras, but I haven't found personally, at least in sort of popular yoga, let's say, I haven't found those systems to be as detailed and rich with detail as the ones coming over from basically from the Chinese systems, for lack of better terms. And I think part of the reason for this is that yoga has become very popular, and as yogas have become more popular, there's still a lot of great stuff there, don't get me wrong, and can make you very healthy, flexible, etc., etc. But there are beyond that, and you can do a lot with your breath, etc. And you can prepare yourself for energetic practices with those practices, but there are hundreds, and I mean literally hundreds of additional layers on top of that, on top of those things in the Chinese health systems, which include things like 18 Lohan, which I've been working with Neil to make a little bit more popular. So I'll put that here. So part of the reason I'm so excited about this also is that most of my retreats I do remotely. So I encourage people to learn how to do retreat in your natural environment so that when you get done with retreat, you've built up all the skills required to take the results of your retreat into real life. If you go to the middle of nowhere and do your retreat and then come back to real life and you have no skill in bringing the capabilities back to real life, then pretty quickly your capability goes from here in retreat, bang, right back down to normal or pretty close to normal, unless you're doing a lot of practice, which some people do. Um, but again, I try to encourage people in that way. That being said, there is a reason if you're doing something like Lo Pong, Qigong, internal martial arts to meet in real life because there's more information that you need if you're doing physical stuff. So I'm going to be doing retreats. Neil and I will be doing joint retreats where I teach most of the meditation portion, and Neil teaches most of the health, qigong, neigong, lohan palm, internal martial arts stuff. Although I have been doing those things a while. If some of you want to hang out and watch me do things that look like they defy physics, even though they don't, that'd be a good time. And then, of course, I'll do all those things to you guys, and then Neil can do the same thing to me and make me look like I don't know anything, which will be also a good time. Right. So let's see who's here. Earth is here. Hello, Earth. And who else? I wish there was a way to actually see all of the stuff. Jessamine is here. I wish I could see everybody's names and stuff that was actually here. Chat. Chat. But once again, for those who are following along with the Lohan journey, I want to thank Sweet and Sour. She went out of her way to find this book, which is Dr. Chen Qi-Ming's book on longevity practices, which includes information from Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, modern science, and traditional Chinese medicine all in one package. And is, I think, one of only two books, and we're going to see if we can track down the other one too. One of only two books that he wrote, but he also has academic journals that he published in, and he has a number of magazines that he published in. So we're going to track down whatever we can find. So Dr. Chen Qi-Ming taught Neil Ripsky the 18 Lohan palm system, and I've been talking with some of you, as you already know. There's a lot of weird stuff in martial arts circles, and everybody has a secret master who taught them something that no one else knows, right? So I've been spending a huge amount of time just looking at if the things that Neil has told me are true, and if the things that Chen Qi-Ming told Neil are also true, right? Just to set my mind at ease and to set other people's minds at ease if they get interested in this stuff. And of course, it goes without saying, if you look at Neil's resume, he's an incredibly credible person. You know, he worked for Jingwu. Also, Chen Qi-Ming worked for Jingwu in China, right? Hey, Abhishek, welcome. But what we found out has been really interesting. So this book was published in 1996, and I had just preliminary translation, right, by an AI agent. I had a translation of the foreword, which, as you can see, is written vertically here, right, instead of written horizontally like the rest of the text. So the foreword, written by someone else in 1996, not written by the man himself, really interesting. In the description, this person of Dr. Chen Qi-Ming said he was known around Guangzhou as the type of doctor. First of all, he came from a family of doctors, which is what Neil has said in the past. Secondly, he was known around Guangzhou amongst people who didn't have enough money for medical care, that he would be a person that if you turned up, he would treat you anyway, and he would give you free medicine. So he got this incredibly strong reputation because he was just a very generous person. And then on top of this, it mentioned, I thought it was funny also that he was known amongst wealthy people too, because as maybe you know, if you have a little bit of knowledge of alternative medicine or this or that, some of those people fleece rich people for a lot of money, right? But he also was quite reasonable with his prices for people who had money. So all around, he was a stand-up guy, and his reputation got around Guangzhou as being quite reliable and credible, or not credible, but being quite magnanimous and generous. And then on top of this, very interesting, same thing. In the forward, this person mentions that he worked for Jingwu in Guangzhou in China. So in 1996, before he even knows that Neil Ripsky exists, we have a report that he gives people free medical care and he works for Jingwu, right? And so these are two really critical details that one might hope to find somewhere before Neil if you were being extremely skeptical, right? You would want to find this kind of information, and here it is. So his teacher, every bit of his story that I've scratched the surface on is exactly what Neil said. Not only does he exist, not only do we have photos of the guy, but every bit of stuff that I've been able to dig into in his past is exactly like Neil said. And some of it's even more impressive than what Neil said. Like he was quite famous in Guangzhou. He worked for universities, he had exchanges with universities, he published in academic journals. Like he was a very well-known person. So um, it's quite interesting indeed. And so there's somebody in the circle of people who's also going to see if they can get information from one of the Buddhist temples there to see if during from 1970 to 2000 if there were Tibetan monks staying at any of the monasteries in Guangzhou. I think if we can find that, then every bit of the story basically we found some breadcrumbs to tie it all together. You know what I mean? But even if we don't have that, Neil has a great deal of skill, and everything else is checked out that I've been able to find, which makes me quite happy, you know? And even if you said, well, I look at him and he seems very honest, and his teacher seems very honest, and that's good enough for me, that's all, you know, for me, actually, that is also good enough. But at the same time, if you have all those breadcrumbs, it makes you feel even more sort of somehow you go, wow, you know, I don't just trust that, I know that. So I'm hoping that we can put together a complete picture, you know, but we'll get as complete as we can over the next couple of years. Okay, so Abhishek asks, what videos do I have coming up? That is a great question. I was working on that today. So some of the things that are coming up, there are dozens of videos on the internet of people who have left Buddhism and they converted to other religions, mostly Christianity and Islam. Sometimes they just became secular again. And I'm going to be covering probably a whole bunch of those together in one video. There are a number of people from the Hindu community and from the Ambedkar community who they make very interesting claims about the Buddha and what he thinks and what he did and what he said and blah blah blah. And I think I'm going to address all that in one video. Somebody asked me to look into Rabbi Tovia, who apparently has some videos on Buddhism. I'm going to look at that. I'm also going to be looking at William Lane Craig's argument that infinite causal sequences can't possibly work, because if philosophically, if we can't make infinite causal sequences work, then we need something else to explain how everything else got here. In other words, we need something like a god, right? Or the Tao, or something that is self-existent that gives rise to everything else so that we can explain everything else, unless everything that exists is part of an infinite causal sequence. Yeah, so at some point, I'm gonna make a video addressing the Ambedkarite version of Buddhism. Yes, that is coming. There are dozens, actually, of videos on Tibetan yogis and interviewing Tibetan yogis, modern ones, and talking about tantric practices and so on and so forth. And I want to put all of these in one package and to give people a much better idea of what Tantra is and probably why you shouldn't be doing it until you've been training in a lot of stuff for a long time. That it is, on the one hand, incredible and powerful and beautiful and sophisticated, and on the other, you probably shouldn't do it until you've studied and trained in normal Buddhism for a long time. There are a ton of really funny videos on, I'll put one link in the chat just because I think it's funny. There are a ton of really funny videos on of people doing apologetics podcasts and stuff where they're saying, here's how to talk to a Buddhist. You know those Buddhist guys, those weird Buddhist guys that think all this weird stuff? Here's how you can talk to one of them and convert them to Buddhism. Yes. So Abhishek, I am going to address that also. I'm going to address the caste issue related to that video when I do the one on Invectorite, Buddhism, and Hinduism. So when I just want to cover a few of these. I don't know exactly in what order, but I want to cover a few of these things where it's like a Christian saying, "Here's how you can convert Buddhists away from Buddhism and into Christianity." And I think it would just be kind of fun to be like, okay, how well does that argument actually work? Like, if you actually understand the arguments of Buddhism, if somebody's making that argument, how well does it work? Let's be honest about it and say, is that a strong argument? Is it a weak argument? Et cetera, et cetera. I think that'll be interesting for a number of reasons. I want to make a video because a lot of people think that there's a bunch of weird stuff in the Mahayana that you don't find in the Theravadan canon. And I'd like to point out by going to actual sources in the Pali Canon in particular, maybe also the Chinese Agamas to some degree, that most of the weird, so-called weird Mahayana material you also find in the Pali Canon, but you'll find like one little instance of it. You'll find one little piece of it, and then it's not mentioned anywhere else. And then in the Mahayana canon, you'll have huge swaths of a whole sutra that are talking about it for hundreds of pages or whatever, right? So it's interesting that there are these like little snippets of stuff in the Pali that you then find in much more grandiose detail and description and so forth in the Mahayana sources before Grand Theft Auto 6. Yes, hopefully before then, before Red Dead Redemption 3, before Fallout 4. I'm going to make a video on did Jesus go to India? I'm going to present all of the evidence, finally, all of the evidence that Jesus went to India. I hope you guys are ready. You'll get this joke when the video is made. Okay. Somebody wants me to cover Tibetan debate. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that, but I will at some point, I think. Somebody wants me to cover all of the different meditation techniques that you find from Zen onward through Theravada, through Tantra, etc., and sort of describe all of them in general terms and put them into categories. I think that'd be really helpful for people. So I probably will do that. Um, okay, so there's this idea. This is the video I'm working on right now, by the way. I'm going to start a series. It may be part of the Buddhist PhD Response series, but I'm going to start a series where I'm taking things that people believe about Buddhism that they like about Buddhism. Let me say that again, because this is an important point. I'm going to make videos where I take things that people really love about Buddhism and show that they're not true. uh, oh, sorry. Yeah. Fallout 5. See, this shows you I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to video games. So the reason I want to do this is that there's just huge amounts of BS on the internet about Buddhism, and a huge amount of the BS stands or falls based upon a few really critical misinterpretations of Buddhist stuff. And I think almost a big, like a big sort of construction of Lincoln logs, like little or Jenga, you know. For example, there's this idea that Buddhism is sort of like infinitely skeptical. That the idea with Buddhism is that you shouldn't hold any views, you shouldn't have any opinions, you shouldn't have any standpoint on anything, and actually that the Buddha never wanted any of us to believe anything in particular, and that's the point of Buddhism. And that you can use sources like um, the Kalama Sutta, right? That if you use the Kalama Sutta and a number of other sources, that the idea you arrive at is that that what we should be doing as Buddhists is basically not believing anything, not coming to any firm conclusions about anything, not holding any particular worldview, and that therefore, as Buddhists, we should be super skeptical about everything, and we should be super sort of non-committal about anything that we can't directly put our hands on. That's not true. The Buddha never says this. And if you understand the Buddhist sources in their entirety, instead of just reading one source, and you're trying to fit it all together, right, by not cherry picking the canon, then you arrive at a very, very different position. And that just so happens to be the position that every school of Buddhism has taken, as far as I can tell, since the time of the Buddha up until about 1950, when Buddhism started getting popular in the West. That's strange. Right around the time where the Western Academy was trying to get rid of everything religious, they brought Buddhism in and said, let's turn Buddhism into a religion without religion. And then it was, interestingly. How did that happen? When it wasn't before. Okay, I digress. So what I'd like to do is create a short series within the Buddhist PhD Responds where I'm basically going through a whole bunch of common misconceptions about Buddhism where people are like, I love Buddhism because the Buddha said this, and he never said that, never meant that. The sources where you think he says that, he doesn't say it. And if you took those sources seriously, let me give you one small example because I'm working on this video right now. I will bring us over there. Hold on. Studio mode. Full screen. There. Web page. Yes. The Kalamas Sutra. Now we will turn off studio mode and switch. Ta-da. Okay. Just as an example, look at these words in the Kalama Sutta. Okay? Now imagine that the Buddha meant what he's saying here in every context, that this is what you shouldn't do. Okay? Imagine that's what he meant. All right? You with me so far? Now imagine the Buddha, when speaking to the Kalamas clan, who were not his students, imagine that he meant you shouldn't trust any tradition that's basically been handed down to you from other people. You shouldn't trust any scriptures whatsoever. You shouldn't believe anything established by philosophical reasoning. You should never use inferences to get at any information. You should never use analogies. And you should never do any kind of metaphysical speculation. Furthermore, you shouldn't look at somebody and say, you know what, this person looks to be very competent, very well informed. I'm going to trust what this person says. Right? Imagine this was the universal criteria that the Buddha provided when he was telling people how to decide to do things. Are you kidding? Can you imagine trying to live your life this way? That you can't ever make an inference? Is that a joke? How in the world you couldn't even like you couldn't even I don't know, like get up in the morning and put your shoes on practically if you didn't use inferences. We use inferences all day long. And the Buddha has inferences in his sutras all over the place. He has analogies in his sutras all over the place. Have you heard of the analogy of the raft? The analogy of the snake? The analogy of the pot as a student? The analogy is everywhere in his teachings. So basically, if we only just focused on philosophical reasoning, for example, and inferences, Buddha would be throwing out 97% of the stuff that he said. So this can't possibly be what he means. By the way, for all the skeptical people in the room who think that the Buddha said you should be infinitely skeptical, you'd also be throwing out a whole bunch of science, because metaphysical speculation, based going from what you can infer from seeing stuff, measuring stuff, etc., and then speculating about the stuff that you can't see, he's also throwing that out. So bye-bye science, bye-bye astronomy, right? So if the Buddha meant this as a universal teaching on how to get at things that are true, he would be defeating his entire system of thought, except for a couple of things. So thank goodness that isn't what he means. Otherwise, the Buddha would be like one of the most incompetent teachers in the world. He would be saying, because for example, if you really want a good laugh, right? He's rejecting reason, and then he's rejecting inference. Now, let's just scroll down a tiny bit. No, sorry, that's not the actual sutta. Here we are. So let's scroll down a tiny bit, okay? You ready? What is this? What is this right here? What would you call this type of reasoning? Where you start from what you can see, and then you use logic to infer what you find later. What is that? What is that called? What is it called when you take your current experience and use reason to try to decide what's going to happen later based upon things you've seen in the past? What do you call that kind of reasoning? Huh. That's interesting. The Buddha says don't use inferences, and then about 4 seconds later in the conversation, he encourages them to use inferences. That's weird. That's really weird if what he meant was never use inferences to get at the truth. Really, really, really weird that he would then use inferences to get at the truth a few seconds later. So clearly, what he doesn't mean for this to be a universal criteria related to truth. Even in the same sutra, it's not used that way. So that can't be what this sutra means. And if you'd like to know what this sutra actually means, send me $500 on PayPal and I'll get it right over to you. No, just come back later and I'm making a video on it and it'll be on the channel. So back to sit and see. That's so funny. 3 people heard me say, send me a bunch of money, and they left. This must be their first time hanging out with me. I think people are so used to hearing everybody, you know, go straight from like, I have something valuable to, you have to pay me to get it. That as soon as they hear that, they're like, oh, of course, that's what this is. I'm out of here. But no, I do all this for free. I'm only able to do it because people donate. So, of course, if you'd like to donate so that I can carry on doing it, that would be lovely. But if not, I'm going to do it to whatever degree I can. That's exactly right. Science is based upon observe stuff, infer things, sometimes deduce things, and then you speculate about what you think is going on, and then you test those speculations again and again and again and again until you get better speculations based upon more evidence, more inferences, et cetera, right? So the Buddha would be, if we took that statement seriously, the Buddha would be throwing out all of science. He would actually be throwing out skepticism as well. Because the reason you're rejecting something for being skeptical is you infer that you can't know that information based upon the instruments that you have, which might or might not be true. You might actually have access to that information if you improve the instruments you have to gather information. So again, like this idea that the Buddha throws out all of reason, all of inference, all of metaphysical speculation, if we're going to use that term for that term, which I don't think I will when we actually make the video, it just doesn't work. That isn't a method for finding truth, and it makes no sense, and it doesn't work. And even in the same sutra, the Buddha violates those principles. If that's what you think it means, then the Buddha is contradicting himself within about 5 sentences, which should be a big problem for you. If it means something else, okay, then we can make sense out of this sutra and we can make sense out of the rest of the canon. Right. What other videos are coming? Somebody wanted a bit on Buddhist cosmology, which I'll do at some point. What else? Somebody wanted me to compare models of omniscience in Buddhism and Christianity. I think that would be interesting to do. That's a pet hobby of mine anyway. Somebody wanted me to cover the different meanings of the term nirvana. I think that'd be useful to do also for similar reasons. Somebody was curious about the fact, and this is going to be in the cosmological video as well. Somebody was curious about the fact that there's more life on Earth, for example, now than there was in the past. And if beings come from past rebirths, doesn't that cause a problem? Is the question. And this actually comes up a lot. And the answer is no, it doesn't cause a problem. But it's a question that's worth answering. There are a huge number of documentaries I'm going to review and add commentary to, like I did on the other documentaries. And I'm going to, there's a whole bunch of people that say every religion is the same, and I don't agree with that. I think religions are different. They share things in common, but they're actually more different than the same quite often. And that's worth pointing out because it gives you more respect for what they're doing if you don't just go, oh, well, they're doing what I'm doing. I mean, give me a break. That's really lazy of you. And if you look closely, they're not doing what you're doing quite often, although they're doing some things you're doing. And sometimes they're doing it very differently than you are. And all of that's worth looking at because it enriches you to do this. There's a video on Buddha from a Christian perspective that I want to review. What else? There's a bunch of scientific stuff I want to look at and comment on related to developments in cognitive science that are really, really interesting if you're interested in meditation. Broadly speaking, there's like 4 more pages of this. So there's a ton. There's just a ton of info of new videos coming. I just, I have to sort of be inspired to do one. I don't like doing it just because supposedly I'm supposed to make more content. I like doing it because I'm really sort of fired up to do something on a particular topic. So I'm really fired up to do something on, for lack of a better term, ruining people's idea of what they think Buddhism is. Because I think it's worth doing. And I think it's worth doing in part because if you take that stance that Buddhism is a position that you should have no positions, or it's a view that you should have no views, or it's a religion that says what you think and believe as a religious Buddhist isn't important, and that's the final teaching. If you think that's if you think that's what the point of the whole system is, you've actually missed the point of basically the entire system. That's nowhere near what the system is teaching or saying. And if you hold that view, really interesting, then all of a sudden your type of Buddhism becomes susceptible to hundreds of really good counter arguments to Buddhism. I mean, all of a sudden your viewpoint can be attacked from 100 different sides in a way that a properly religious Buddhist who didn't take that stance can't be attacked. Can't, and so you can actually, ironically, people are skeptical because they want to be comfortable in their view. But ironically, if you hold that view, you're now susceptible to all of these philosophical criticisms that you wouldn't have been if you had adopted the full view. Again, it's really ironic and strange. Okay. Abhishek asks about epistemology science. We are running into practice time, so I'm going to try to be brief and then we'll jump into practice. Um, right. So, science, generally speaking, is a method for producing evidence and reason that are so compelling that other people will stop rebuffing you for making that statement. That the evidence is compelling enough to stop other experts from pushing back on that part of what you're saying. That's about it. It's interesting if you really study the philosophy of science, the development of science, it's not about truth. Like we have a theory of gravity. Think about the language. Theory means that a hypothesis has so much evidence for it that we are basically at liberty in the realm of science to use that as a fact. However, it's not 100% proven or explained or described what gravity is. Also, the standard model of physics, the so-called standard model of physics, has however many particles in it. Those particles are known to interact in however many ways. Those particles are made up of however many fundamental forces, et cetera, and those things are fairly well explained and they hold together fairly well. However, if you talk to a physicist, they'll tell you, we already know for sure the standard model is wrong because there are things in the physical world that don't fit into the model and can't be explained by the model. So, as the great mathematician George Box once said, all scientific models, well, he said this about math, but it's true of all things. He said, all scientific models are false, some are useful. It's about utility. Can you put this thing into practice and will it do what you wanted it to do? And if it will, that's good enough to get down the road and carry on with the project of advancing human knowledge. It's never actually about arriving at a final truth. It's about a process that reliably advances utility, which science does, doesn't it? We have better stuff, better materials, better this, better that, because we have a better understanding of how to predict, explain, and control stuff. Well, predict, describe, and control stuff. Explain is different, but that's a big conversation. Okay, so this will be the last thing, and then we've got to get into some practice. So in my PhD thesis, I made an argument that empiricism, as it is understood in science and in most of Western philosophy, isn't something that a Buddhist psychologist or a Buddhist metaphysician can accept. So Buddhist psychology says, for example, you have 6 senses. So already we have a problem, right? Where Western empiricism says you have 5 senses, you don't have 6 senses. Buddhist empiricism says you have 6 senses. You have the 5 external ones and you have your mind. And your mind is capable of directly seeing and knowing things that are beyond what your senses can see and know. So Buddhist empiricism has a much wider scope in terms of the information that's available to you than Western empiricism, if you take it seriously. You see what I mean? And then in addition to this, it's not like they just leave it there and say, oh, yeah, some people can be psychic, I guess, and we need to take that seriously. No, no, it's much more sophisticated. Your psychic capability or clairvoyant capability can be wrong, just like your eyes can be wrong. So there are unreliable forms of clairvoyant capability and reliable forms. How do you get the ones that are really reliable? Train in concentration. You train in the jhanas. If you train in the jhanas, you get really reliable clairvoyance. And then it can be used as another instrument amongst your 6 empirical instruments to just look at stuff and see how it is. Right? And if you look at the Buddhist sutras, when the Buddha says you've had infinite rebirths in the past, he's not saying I've really thought this through, guys. Well, proprioception is a type of tactile sensation from a Buddhist psychological standpoint. It's part of your tactile sense. But you could divide it up further, I agree. So the Buddha didn't say, oh, I really thought it through and there are infinite rebirths because this is the best argument. The Buddha said, I used my consciousness, made it extremely subtle, and I looked back and I saw directly that there were infinite rebirths behind me. What a, he didn't say it like this, but what a great surprise, you know? I didn't know that. I just looked and that's how it was. And then I spread my mind out and I looked and I saw that infinite beings going up and down based upon the actions they had performed in infinite previous rebirths. They were going up and down based upon the kinds of actions they had performed. That's interesting. So once again, he doesn't claim that he's a great philosopher and sorted it out through reason. He says, I trained my mind, I looked at it with my consciousness, and that's how it was. And this is what I'm coming back to tell you. This is how it is. Right? And then in addition to this, here's a method for you to also see that it is like that. It's going to take some work. You need to build like a large hadron collider's worth of meditative capability because you need an instrument that's extremely powerful and difficult to gain to see this. But once you have that instrument, you can see it too. Right, let's do a little practice. There we go. Turn that off. All right, my friends. Oh, that's probably way too loud. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. So let's do a bit of practice. Otherwise, the boss will get mad at me. Out to be B1. No, there should be sound now. I think you're behind me. It's coming through now, right? You guys kill me. Okay, here we go. So let's do a bit of practice. Uh, let's do a seated version. Let's do a seated version of body scanning. We'll do maybe 10, 15 minutes if everyone's okay with that. And and then maybe we'll just do a couple minutes of one of the aspects of the Mahamudra practices that I teach, just so that everybody can, in this class, I don't do it in order that I normally teach, because if you want to do the full thing, you've kind of got to do the full thing. But since we're all hanging out fairly regularly, I give you a little bit of taste of sort of each aspect. And it's good because by the time you get to that practice, hopefully you'll have enough instructions from hearing it here and there that you know what to do when you get to that practice full on. Okay, so let's start with intensive breath since it seems to be mostly people who have been with me before. So we'll just start with 2 or 3 minutes of intensive breath practice, placing the mind on the breath with great force and counting the breath 1 to 7, 7 to 0. Uh, I think I'll leave it at that since most of you have been here before. The key point is a great deal, a great deal of force. In the text, they call this forceful conveying, bringing the mind to the object with as much intensity as you can. Okay? So we'll do this for a couple minutes. Three, two, one, begin. Okay, now that the attention's pulled in, with a similar quality of awareness but slightly less force, bring the mind to the left foot. I'm going to give you a little bit more detail as you place the mind on the left foot. You're not visualizing, you're not imagining, you're not trying to figure the left foot out. You're just becoming aware of the actual physical sensations there. Furthermore, it should be noted that your mind only has a limited bandwidth. And since it only has a limited bandwidth, that if you're successfully pooling a fair amount of your attention in the left foot, that if you had great capability, everything else would disappear, and the only thing that would exist are the tactile sensations of the left foot. That would be full samadhi, full concentration. You need a few more mental factors to make it perfect, but that would be full on concentration on the left foot. You probably won't be able to do that today, but just bear in mind that if your mind is not collecting and pooling, and if you still feel the rest of the body a lot, and if the other senses are still extremely active, and if the mind is pulling you off the activity or providing names or visualizing or doing all these other things, all of that bandwidth, in theory, should be actually just in the tactile sensations of the left foot. So, this is, despite its simplicity, a pretty demanding practice, actually. Left ankle, left calf, left knee, lower thigh, upper thigh, into the hip joint, the right foot, right ankle, right calf, right knee, right lower thigh, the right upper thigh, into the hip, and the pelvis, both sides, front and back, as well as tailbone, anus, perineum, sexual organ, just everything associated with the pelvis. Now the waist, the diaphragm belt, chest, left shoulder, from the left shoulder, just stretch your awareness down to the left hand so that you have the whole left arm. Release that. Go to the right shoulder. From the right shoulder, stretch down to the right hand and have the whole right arm. And release that. Normally I do the neck in 3 parts, but do your whole neck. And then do your whole skull. So everything from the joint at the top of the neck, encompassing the entire skull. Now, keeping your eyes closed, turn your attention to hearing. And as best you can, in the same way that with your eyes closed, you can see that there's nothing to see. You can see darkness, right? You can see a lack of visual objects. Your visual awareness, your visual consciousness is capable of generating an image, a visual image that basically I can't see anything right now, right? It presents that as darkness, blackness. However, it's possible for you with your visual awareness, for example, letting go of hearing for just a moment, it's possible with your visual awareness, for example, to swim around inside that darkness with your attention so that you're looking at the bottom part of the darkness. And likewise, you can swim with your awareness up and look at the top part of the darkness and the left part and the right part. So even though there's nothing to see, your mind is still capable of moving around in the visual field when there's nothing to see there. So this is important to know. So when you go back to your hearing now, most of your auditory field, you don't hear anything. But like having your eyes closed and seeing darkness, your ears are still generating an image of nothing to hear in that direction, nothing to hear in this direction, and so on and so forth. In reality, though, your hearing awareness, your hearing consciousness is capable of generating images or experiences that are reach out for thousands of miles. So, in the same way that you can look up at the night sky with your eyes, and it appears to you that the stars are very, very, very far away, right? Your visual awareness generates an image of that object is really far away. So, likewise, the ears, the hearing, can generate mental image that extends out a really, really far distance, thousands of miles. So when you extend the hearing out, or when you open the hearing out, it should open up in a very, very large area, but you're not visualizing anything. You're not imagining anything. You're not, for lack of a better term, trying to stretch the hearing out in that way. It is that way. So when it occurs to you that it is that way, then you've arrived at the correct experience, right? So here's what I'll ask you to do. Imagine that it's late at night and you've heard something coming from the other side of the wall in front of you. So you turn off your music or you turn off the television or you turn off whatever, and you just sort of point your ears, don't you? You point your hearing through the wall and you go, if something, if a sound occurs beyond that wall again, I'm going to hear it. So this is that same skill, you already have it, of being able to take your hearing and extend it in a particular direction, even when there's nothing to hear in that direction. So I'm just pointing out to you, you can already do this. You already know how to do this. You just don't know that you know how to do it. So what I would ask you to do now is a bit like hearing a late night noise behind a wall or out a window and pointing your hearing in that direction. I want you to point all of your hearing, regardless of whether or not there's objects there, all of it to the front. Now let that go and point it all to the back, as if you're walking late at night and you hear somebody 10 blocks behind you start running or start laughing, and you thought you were alone. And you don't want to look, but you turn your ears, don't you? You turn your ears to listen really carefully. What is that person doing back there? So likewise, just point your hearing behind you. Point your hearing to the left. Point your hearing to the right. Point your hearing up above you, and point your hearing below you. Below you is a little bit more difficult because we rarely listen downward, but an analogy that might work to help your mind point downwards, not just to the floor, but through the floor, is imagine that you are living somewhere or you're in an office building or something and there are people below you and they're talking. So through the floor, right? You're just extending your hearing downward as far as you can to try to hear not anything particular, but just to make your ears ready to hear whatever might be down below. And don't let your awareness stop at the floor, if that makes sense. You don't put a limit on it, just extend it downwards and point it downwards. A lot of people stop at the floor in their imagination. Don't do that. Okay, now we'll combine the directions. We'll do them two at a time and then we'll do them all together. So letting go of the downward direction, focus front and back at the same time. Release that. Focus left and right at the same time. Release that. Focus up and down at the same time. And release that. Now, if you find this difficult, then just do the first four and don't do up and down. And you probably will find this difficult, which is okay. If doing four seems relatively, not too difficult, probably not easy, but not too difficult, then you can try to do all six. But now we're going to build up all six at the same time, or at least four of them if that's what you can do. So listen or hear forward. Without losing that, add on behind you. Without losing that, add on to the left of you. Without losing that, add on to the right of you. Add on above you, and add on below you. Okay. So, according to the great text that I spent many years studying on Mahamudra with one of my teachers, Mahamudra, which is what this practice comes from, is suitable for all practitioners. It's suitable for beginners, total beginners. And I think that's probably true actually. However, I think there's good reason to go from getting the mind pulled in through a powerful practice like intensive breath, and then on to something like body scanning to make the mind very calm and stable. And then to move on to something like this, because as you probably noticed, it doesn't take very much of your mind not doing what you told it to do to lose one of the directions or to lose the whole exercise, right? It's better if the mind's already a little bit calm and a little bit stable before you try to do this. So this is part of why I put the practices in the order that I do. Um, but obviously, also, if you have this skill of being able to generate six directions of awareness with the hearing consciousness, and then if that concentration gets good enough, it'll become non-dual. So the ordinary you that you think is in between what's being heard and what's doing the hearing, that goes away. And that can be quite useful because it helps provide some evidence for you in direct experience if you want to analyze something like selflessness or or emptiness and so forth from the point of view of Buddhist practice, um, which, as we've spoken about before, I haven't gotten into it in great detail, but as we've spoken about before, is based upon being able to observe things as they are. You know, it's not just some weird Buddhist thing. It's that when you look at objects and you're trying to find, well, where is the thing that I'm looking at precisely, and where does it begin, where does it end, and you can't find it. You can't find the boundaries you were hoping to find. This is an indication that it doesn't exist the way that it appears to you. The way that it cognitively appears is an error, is a mistake. It doesn't mean there's no phone or that it doesn't have a really cool lohanpalm.com phone case available now. It doesn't mean that. Those things do exist, but they don't exist the way they appear. They exist in a way that's quite different from how they appear, and having the ability to generate non-dual awareness with hearing, vision, smell, taste, touch, mental cognition will do quite a bit in giving you really good experiential evidence for analyzing how things actually exist. And since I think the big project of world religions in general, just as a general principle, is after they've carved your character, is to turn your attention inwards, especially ones coming from India or influenced by the sort of pan Himalayan practice, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, Hinduism, Baha'i, Sikhism. Did I already say that? They seemed Taoism. They seem to share a lot of things in common in terms of, okay, you need to have basic character and ethics sorted out, and then you need to start using techniques to turn your attention inwards and cultivate more power in your ability to turn inwards and remove bias in your apprehension or cognition, apprehension and cognition of things and how they exist. And then, of course, we don't all agree on what it is when you find when you do that, but we agree at least up to that point, I think, that this is something that a person has to do if you want to go to the end of the road in terms of spiritual practice. So we can share all that in common, I think, as spiritual people, people in training, cultivators, as some people say. Yeah. And so the technique that I offer to help that process, regardless of tradition, is this Mahamudra process up to this point of being able to do it with each of your senses, being able to do it with consciousness, and then what you want to do with what you've gained from seeing all of that is up to you. Uh, if you want to carry on down the road and finish the process in a Buddhisty kind of way, you can. If you'd like to go an Advaita kind of way, you probably could. If you wanted to go Christian mystical sort of direction, you probably could. I think there's a lot of directions you could go if you had those skills, which is why I teach them. Okay, my friends, I think we'll draw it to a close here, unless there are questions. All right. Well, with a little bit of luck, those of you who are interested, I'll be doing an in-person retreat in Poland in October. I'll share a bit more details once we have the a sponsor and funding there, so that I can actually go and do it. If you wanted to turn up for that, more the merrier. I'm probably going to bring half my gear. Probably going to bring half my gear at least, so that we can continue to live stream all the stuff. So if you wanted to do the retreat from home, you could put it on your calendar and take a couple days off, because it'll be mostly over a weekend. I think it'll be 3 or 3.5 days. Pretty light schedule, but it's spread throughout the day. 5 hours to 7 hours of practice, but it's spread throughout the whole day. So you kind of do need the whole day if you're going to do it, but you could also do a half day. Uh, so we'll probably stream the whole thing for people that would like to do it from home. So I don't want people to spend a couple grand to hang out with me in that setting. You really don't need to be there unless you happen to be in the neighborhood. And then, like I said, February or March, Neil and I will have our first retreat together. And so what I'd like to do there is Neil is going to be leading Lohan, push hands, internal martial arts, qigong, this sort of thing. Maybe some doyen, which is very similar to yoga. So all of these practices that make your body and nervous system and energy system really, really ideal for meditation. And then I'm going to be leading probably most of the meditation portion of the retreat. And then there'd be a reason to come hang out, because you'd have all the physical stuff where it's better to be in person to get all that stuff. So, as I've said many times now, if you have some interest in hanging out and having a good reason to hang out to do some practice together, February or March of next year would be a great time. And the thing to practice in the meantime to get ready is this. And uh, also, there are still space. We still haven't had the full first 50. So if you use this code at checkout, while you're checking out on the Lohan course, you can get 50% off the first 3 months for that course, which is pretty cool. Makes it a pretty good deal. I think it gets it down to like $19 a month or something. Let me just check something, because I changed one of the coupons and I want to make sure it still works properly. Recurring. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So also, if you bought the whole year, there's still space in this one too. So if you got a full year out of the gate, instead of just doing it monthly, and you use that code first 50 year, a year, if you do buy a whole year up front, basically, you get a month off anyway, and then you would also get the first 3 months half off. So in essence, you get 2.5 free months for the first year, which is kind of a screaming deal for what Neil is putting in. The material in this course is going to be fantastic. I get to see it about a month ahead of everybody else, and I'm sorry, Hans, you missed all the fun. You'll have to watch the recording. It was a good session today, but you missed it. You missed it all. Anyway, yes. So for those who are interested, definitely check out the Lohan thing. It's a great alternative to doing sort of Hindu yogas or those sorts of things, and especially because most yoga is kind of popular, it doesn't have the same depth as this stuff. This stuff has a ton of depth. It's going to be a very deep, very, very deep and interesting program. and I'm teaching much of the meditation portion of that program until you get to the later stages. So it integrates with my stuff hand in glove. Okay. Earth asks, how do you put your awareness through an external physical material? Um, I mean, from a Buddhist standpoint, consciousness itself is non physical. So it doesn't have any problem going through physical materials. If you're talking about hearing, your hearing is designed to work in the material world. So your hearing is not going to go through physical materials beyond the limits of what physical materials allow for, right? Sound waves need to come through that material and then go through the air and hit your eardrum and all that. But nonetheless, if there was like a big explosion underground, for example, when those vibrations came up from underground, your hearing awareness would your hearing awareness would place that object in space way underground. You understand? In the same way that your eye, when you see light coming from really far away, takes the information from that light and it places that image really far away. So your auditory awareness has the ability to place objects thousands of miles away in terms of its field of experience. So, like this, you're not limiting, for lack of a better term, you're not limiting how far your auditory awareness is sort of open, if that makes sense. You let it open as far as it's going to open, as far as it possibly can open in each direction. Book recommendations on Tibetan Buddhist meditation. Yeah. Um, Oats, if you will share, there's a link I think I have, direct link. If you'll share the direct link to the resources page, I think it is, from the Discord. So, Jonathan, there are a couple books there. I basically I tell people there are no good books. You know, there are no good books on this. You need to find a lineage, train in that lineage, who are teaching that book. That's a good book. Because the lineage has the information in it. The information isn't just the book. The information is the explanation of the text from somebody who knows what the text means. If you just read it, the information you come away with will be whatever you randomly have in your head, filtering that information and getting it, instead of someone explaining it from a number of different angles who actually understands what that sentence means, which is quite different than you doing it on your own, if that makes sense. That being said, there's a book in the resources page on the Discord called Calming the Mind. And Calming the Mind is quite good in terms of the general description of what meditation is and how to do it. But it's written for somebody who's going to go into retreat for 6 months or a year to go through the whole training process for training and concentration and gain deep accomplishment in that practice. So it's not a practice manual for a person living in the real world. It's a practice manual for a person who's going to go into retreat and do it full on in retreat until they have the results, which is not us, right? So just keep that in mind. Data Daddy, welcome. Hello, hello. Luck 108. You look very hood. Do I? Do I look kind of gangsta? I don't feel gangsta. Okay. What about putting your awareness in other beings? Okay, so interesting side note on this. In terms of research into proprioception, I read a really interesting article a while back about people that use a cane. So what happens when you use a cane is that your brain eventually starts treating the cane as part of your arm. And so you start having this sense that because your hand gets really really good at knowing what the vibrations of the cane mean when it vibrates and moves and has pressure on it in certain ways, that when you touch something with the cane, it's almost like touching it with your hand, because the two are the two are How to say? Oh, wait until you guys actually see me do some stuff. Some of the weird stuff. It's good fun. Uh, some of the weird martial arts stuff is a lot of fun if you know how to do it. So, likewise, there's this skill called ting. Is Sweet and Sour still here, or did she already go? Sweet and Sour can probably find the character for this. But ting means listening. But what it refers to is that when you spend a lot of time with your hands on other people doing martial arts stuff, that just from touching, you start to learn how to feel what their body is doing. So that you can touch and you go, oh, there's a spot in their back where they're tense, or there's a spot in their hip where they're tense, or their weight is on their left foot instead of their right foot, or their intent is to move forward even though they haven't started moving yet. Their intent is to move backwards even though they're not moving backwards yet because their tissue feels different. It's not magic or anything. It's just like having a cane in your hand with really good proprioception and knowing a lot of information as if your hand is directly on something because the cane is touching it. Likewise, this skill that's called listening, ting, allows you to touch another person, even touch something as small as their finger, and you can feel the rest of their body because you're touching their finger. But again, this takes, it sounds really stupid, I guess, when you say it that way, but you could be touching any part of their body and you can feel what the rest of their body is doing because you've made that skill of sort of extended proprioception of your own body so good that it feels like the other person's body is an extension of your body. That's how it feels. No, you could. As a matter of fact, in internal martial arts, one of the things you learn to do is if you're doing push hands, for example. Let me see if I can find a little video of Neil doing this. Neil Ripsky. Oh yeah, this is a good video. Okay. Let me put this on the screen for everyone. Web page. There it is. Nice, nice. Let me find a spot in the video. And that's where he's doing some of the weird stuff. Okay. So when you see people doing push hands, this is push hands. It's a sort of like a drill. What you're learning how to do is while moving, you feel what the other person's body is doing. And when you feel something there that is basically that is tangible that you can grab onto in terms of sending force through their body, and you'll see like here, right? Where his partner Neil is on the right, his partner's on the left, his training partner's on the left, and so you can see they're testing each other, right? They're going back and forth, and then when one of them finds something they can touch in terms of skill, then they send force through. So if you watch, boom, right, like that. So the guy obviously that he's pushing with is quite solid, right? He's quite well balanced. He's quite good, but Neil is better. So if you take, for example, if you take your if you spend a lot of time doing this stuff, you can literally put your hand on somebody and you go, "Oh, their left hip is tense. Oh, their neck on the right side is tense." Even though you're touching their arm, you go, "Oh," and you're moving, right? At this speed, and you go, "Oh, their left knee their left knee has too much weight in it." And you can feel all that just by touching the surface of their skin or their arm, even while you're moving. So part of that skill is if you watch Neil for a second here, part of that skill is you can see that it's very, very difficult to move Neil around. In order to have that proprioception skill work really well, you have to be able to have your system in a state where there's not as much activity on the inside, which again, it looks like Neil is doing a lot of stuff. But when you train in this stuff, those of you who've done the first part of the Lohan course already, it's very similar to my body scanning practice, but you also do releasing at the same time. So you start here, for example, and you're not just being aware of that tissue, you're asking it to release. And then you ask this part to release and this part to release and so forth. Eventually, your tissue is just released. And since it's released, when somebody puts pressure on you, it's a lot harder to move you around because their weight and so forth ends up just bouncing off the ground. And therefore, your system is already freed up to do something in response to what they're doing. Even though they're working really hard, you don't have to work really hard. And that looks, let me see if I can find an interesting, there was a little interesting bit. I think it might have already passed. Yeah, I mean this whole thing right here, right? Where the other guy is exerting a lot of effort and Neil is pretty relaxed and he can change, he can move his legs around, he can exert force. So while he's doing all this, he knows how to push the other guy because he can feel the other guy's structure and what he's doing. And the other guy can't feel Neil's structure and what he's doing because his system isn't as released. And this isn't a mystical thing. It's basically like biodynamics. You're learning how to use your tissue and your fascia and connective tissue in a different way. And it requires a ton of awareness of your own body. So if you're wondering, well, what's the relationship, for example, between the internal arts and meditation? Well, to develop that skill, you have to have a huge amount of awareness of the body. And your awareness has to be able to do what you want it to do on the fly while you're being challenged by another person, right? So that requires even more awareness. Yeah, Earth, if your system is already fairly released, and when if I make it to Poland, then I can show you what I mean by this. But when your tissue is already kind of released, when you touch somebody else, it feels like they're a brick if their tissue isn't released. They feel like a piece of furniture that it would be easy to move them around because their forces, when it touches you, hit the ground and they feel tense. They feel tense all over, even though they're probably not that tense. You're just extremely relaxed, which is this part here when Neil is stomping his legs and the guy can't move him around, even though Neil's not touching the ground with both legs, right? It looks really weird, but it's just because all of the force is going to the ground or going to the lower field, to the dantian or whatever. Like I can do that. It's not that hard to do. It takes a couple years of training and then you can do it. But anyways, all of this has to do with again this listening, or in part at least, has to do with this listening skill where you can touch someone and you can feel their tissue. Do you have to touch them? I think probably yes. Yeah, I know. I mean, the guy really, and that guy is not a slouch. That guy is like a proper martial arts person. That guy actually knows how to push people over, and nonetheless can't. All right. So, anyways, yeah, um, this is part of the overlap between the internal arts and how it starts to transition into meditation. What is the relationship? Well, you make the body a lot more like it would be if you had attained concentration. One of the things that happens if you attain concentration is the body is relaxed and released because the mind is calm. When you're stress, the mind is tense and the body tenses. When you relax, the body relaxes. So you make the body more like it's going to be when you have the result. Not only is the body calm, the body has a certain structure to it, a solidity to it, because the mind is lucid and awake. So the mind is calm and stable and highly lucid. Likewise, the body isn't a noodle. It's not just relaxed, that's asleep. The body is calm and alive. So even though it's completely relaxed, the force that comes in can't go in, right? It goes through the system and goes somewhere else. So it's a lot of fun once you get some skill on this. You can have a lot of fun with it while you're training and doing something quite serious with your mind. So you make the body more like it's going to be when you have concentration. And then you make a next step, make the energy system in terms of qigong, this sort of thing, more like it's going to be when you have the result. And then you have ways to test it, like push hands and so on and so forth. So you can see, is my body really released in all the ways it should be, or is it not? Is there holding somewhere? Okay, yeah. So that's another aspect, right? So one aspect of Ting, advanced sort of Ting skill, is that, for example, you could look at somebody and again, I don't think it's magic. I just think, you know, you look at somebody and because you're not so wrapped up in your own stuff, you look at them and you go, "Oh, I can see what they're thinking based upon their body language. I can see what they're about to do based upon the sort of subtle change in their attitude or their posture or this and that." And you start to see more of those patterns in people. And it becomes more clear to you what it is that other people are thinking and why they're doing what they're doing and what emotions they have, right? So no, you don't have to touch people to get all that information. I'll give you a small example, right? So sometimes you see people like this. And when they're talking, they make small expressions like this. And you go, "What is that?" That's a lack of self-confidence. That's a person who's uncomfortable. That's a person who's not confident about what they're saying. So they make small expressions to be small and not non-offensive. And they're tense because they're worried they're going to screw it up. Right? You see what I mean? So you start to notice more because you're not just wrapped up in your own stuff and trying to manage your own whatever. You start looking around and you start seeing patterns in other people and how they behave and what their emotions do to them in terms of their facial expressions, their body. And yeah, that's also a type of ting. I mean, we would just call it in the West, we would just call it, I think, some kind of empathy. Uh okay, let's see. So yeah, Yato Kaneki. Okay, yeah. So it's actually beyond just trying to feel the opponent. What's interesting is the more relaxed your system gets, the more you just do feel the other person. Because if, like, for example, if you really tense your arm and then you press on the arm, you'll notice that most of the sensation stays with your tension, stays with you trying to be tense. And you don't feel as much what's happening here, right? So part of what you were seeing with Neil and that other guy is that other guy relative to Neil is like you going like this and being extremely tense. It doesn't look that way because he's also pretty good, right? But if there's tension there, then a person who has more skill and is more released and relaxed goes, "Oh, there's some tension there." And they can send force to that part of the tension and bounce you out, which is why it's kind of, again, push hands is really interesting. Maybe it's not super martially great if you don't train it that way. It's a drill that most of the time you wouldn't use for fighting in that way, but it's really good for developing this skill of being able to feel what the opponent's body is doing. It's really good for this, and it gives you a lot of feedback on how you're doing. For example, under pressure, does your mind run away or does your mind charge in? Because if the mind is charging in or the mind is running away, both of those create tension in the body. See? So if you're trying to butt in or you're trying to run away from what's happening, a skillful person who's not doing that goes, "Oh, I see him pulling away this way. I'm just going to follow that until he falls over." Or I see that now he's tense here. I'm just going to press on that until he bounces out or falls out, right? So this is part of how push hands training stuff works to help you train your mind. Because running away is part of probably, let's call it, I don't know how to say, but is related to aversion, and butting in is related to attachment. Roughly speaking, by way of analogy, right? Aversion, running away; attachment, rushing in and trying to get something. Okay, let's see. I can confirm my perceptions of others' mind. Yeah, it should. It really should. And that can be really annoying at first because you notice a lot of people have a lot of suffering and they don't know why it's there, and most of it is their fault. And it's really unpopular to say that. Lux Lux says his mind is peaceful. Peaceful. This is another interesting thing, right? Part of your training in internal martial arts is you have to manage your internal state. Because if you're sitting there in the push hand situation, like we were just watching, and the person's pushing on you here, and you go, "I don't want to be pushed like this. I don't want to go this way," then he pulls you because your mind's going like this. And a skillful person goes, "Oh, okay, you want to go that way? No problem." No problem. I'll send you the other way. And then when the person's like, "He pulled me last time. That bastard pulled me that last time. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to brace this way so that he can't pull me." And then you push them back. Right? Because you go, "Oh, I feel that in their body they're bracing to not be pulled, which means they'll move that way." Or I feel in their body they're bracing to not be pushed, so they'll move towards me. And so through touch, you start to learn what's happening with their internal state. And then likewise, if in your own internal state, if somebody who has more skill than you can move you around, a lot of times it's because your mind isn't being managed properly. And that reflects in your body. So this becomes a training tool that helps you gain more insight into what your mind is doing. This is why I love these arts. They add a huge amount to your training, while also giving you something fun to do and being an exercise routine and potentially helping you live longer and all the stuff that they're supposed to do. In addition to this, it can provide a really good basis for making your mind better at meditation and training your emotions and training your mind to uh, do meditative stuff under increasing demand and difficulty and stress. Because push hands graduates into sticky hands where you're actually doing strikes, and that graduates into plucking flowers, it's called, where you're doing strikes where you're actually, right, you're not hurting the person, but the strike lands. It's sort of like very light sparring and then actual sparring if you wanted to go all the way. Okay. Random question. When you talk to people, do you move something from your pelvis to the crown of your head? Mm, generally, no. Generally, no. But as you gain more knowledge or more awareness of your body, you'll start to feel all sorts of weird things happening in the body that don't seem tied to your normal physiology. Most of it doesn't mean anything. It's just you're becoming aware of more of the stuff that makes you up as a being, and there's more than you thought. But most of the sort of details of what's happening aren't that important, actually, and why it happens, and so on and so forth. Abhishek says it's my fault I don't have a girlfriend. I don't know. I don't know you, man. you know, If I can briefly divert onto that subject of romance, I think so much is made of this, and it could be a little simpler than people think. Sometimes, yes, maybe you maybe you will just have difficulty dating for whatever reason related to something that's totally out of your control. However, uh, think about people that you find interesting and attractive. There are actually some common features probably for those people. They probably are really passionate about something and they're pursuing it as best they can, right? And when you see them pursuing something meaningful and putting their full self into it and so forth, you go, "Wow, that person's really switched on. I like that." And then maybe also they have some physical fitness of some kind. Maybe they don't go to the gym all the time, they don't do this, they don't do that, but they, relatively speaking, they take care of themselves, right? So, in addition to this, if somebody is in a totally conventional sense relatively well put together, right? That they have a reasonable job, that they're not a prick to everyone, et cetera, et cetera. You go, wow, I find it really attractive that this person is relatively well put together and is functioning well in a normal sense in the real world. So there's this confluence of factors that seems to be pretty common. Yes, there are exceptions, and some people like things that are unusual and whatever, but typically, if you wanted to be found attractive by most people, it more or less it comes down to, are you competent in the real world? Do you have some skills and hobbies and things where you have poured yourself in and you're passionate about some things? And do you take care of yourself reasonably well physically? You know, so the only other thing I would add on is if you're not very good socially, if you're not very good at talking to people, that's also a skill you can work on. And if you learn the basics, for example, of how to have casual conversation, which is not a useless skill, especially in Buddhism, people think, oh, you shouldn't talk about all this random stuff and blah, blah, blah. But there's a certain art to having the ability to small talk with people and make them feel comfortable and get an exchange going that can become meaningful. That's a useful thing to know how to do. So if how did I find my wife? We met doing online dating. Actually, we met uh, we met on a dating app, and then we went to a coffee shop and we talked about serial killers, quantum mechanics, philosophy, religion, like everything you're not supposed to talk about. And within 4 days, we decided we wanted to be exclusive with each other. Within a year, I asked her to marry me. A year later, after that, we got married. And now we've been together 10 years, I think, in total. I think it's been 10 years. But this is the advice I would give. If you'd like to be successful in the dating world, which I really hope all of you are, I hope you have fantastic relationships. Truly. This can be a huge benefit to your practice even. If you have someone around that you really like who's also into this stuff, it's really helpful. So so having some basic social skills which you can learn, those are skills. They're not like you either have them or you don't. There are books that you can get that will teach you how to have a basic conversation, how to have casual conversation, basically how to make people like you in a normal sense when you're talking to everyday people, right? So if you don't have those skills, learn about them. And then take care of yourself relatively well physically. You don't have to be perfect because most of us aren't perfect. So, most of us, if you want access to most people, you just have to be average, right? That's a bar you can clear. So take care of yourself well enough that you look average. You can do that. And then everyone else who's average, which is most people, will be available to you as a potential person to date, you know? And if you have social skills and you're a bit of a gentleman or a gentlewoman and you look at least average and you have something you're passionate about that you're really into, you can find other people that think that's really cool who are also into that thing. And now you're on your way. You understand what I mean? Now you're on your way with somebody because people want to spend time around those people that are, well, even if you're below average, there's a whole bunch of people that are below average. You know, there are a whole bunch of people in your league. And if the best you can do is make yourself the top end of below average, then everyone who's below average will be in your league. No problem. Like there is someone for everyone. And even if you're below average, truly, what's going to be important to you in the long run is not that your partner is like unbelievably attractive or whatever. It's going to be these other things that, you know, if you're a Dharma practitioner, that they're interested in this stuff, that they're relatively well put together, that their family isn't like an absolute mess that will make your the rest of your life miserable, like just conventionally normal kind of stuff, you know? That's it. Okay, let me get back to the questions and then I'll probably hop off because we're at 10:30. Okay. When you talk to people, do you move? Oh no. When you do people affect your energy field? You know, I don't talk about that stuff too much because it sounds too strange for most people. If if I knew someone a bit better, I might talk about that stuff more, but it just sounds too out there for most people. And most people don't have any experience of it, so it sounds very strange. Has there been any systematic review of data regarding longevity health of Buddhists and Buddhist monks? I don't think there has been, but there's been a lot of research on stuff that's adjacent to Buddhist stuff, like intermittent fasting and so on and so forth. It's part of the lifestyle. However, I think a mistaken apprehension of a lot of people is that Buddhist life in general, that it's sort of somehow easier because they're training and stuff. Quite often, practitioners are putting themselves through metaphorical hell to gain accomplishment in their practices, which can be hard on your body, which is part of the reason I like the Chinese additions to this stuff because they have this attitude that wouldn't it be better if instead of dying at 65, you died at 90 and your body worked really well until you were at least 85 instead of falling apart at 55 or 60? Wouldn't that be better? And all of the stuff you need to do to make the body last until 80 or 90 potentially and still work well, wouldn't it be great if that stuff was trained in such a way that it supported your meditation practice? Wouldn't that be smart? So that if you don't get hit by a bus or have a heart attack, that the odds are you can live without being morbid. You can live a long time and everything works well and you can keep doing your practices. Wouldn't that be a smart thing to do? You know? This is why I love this approach. Yeah, you could still get hit by a bus. Yeah, you could still have a weird degenerative heart condition or something that no one knew about or whatever. Yeah, you should still train hard just in case you don't have 90 years. But wouldn't it be smart to do a type of training that makes the body, if you do live that long, makes the body work really well until you get there and also trains you in this stuff at the same time? Wouldn't that be smart? And then if it so happens that somebody attacks you on the street with a knife or something and you can't get away, wouldn't it be smart to have a few skills to maybe survive that encounter? If the cops don't happen to be there, wouldn't it be cool if you had a couple of skills to at least walk away alive? So the Chinese martial arts sort of community in this sort of Shaolin Lohan sort of approach is like, let's give you enough skill to not die if somebody attacks you. And there's no reason to kill that person, but let's at least have you not die. And then let's try to make you live long and make everything work well. And then all of this training we're doing to make you live long and make everything work well, let's line it up with your training for meditation so that it's all headed the same direction. So that it's not just a waste of, you're not just lifting weights meaninglessly, that you're training in such a way that it's enhancing your meditation through the physical training on purpose. Super, super smart, right? I wish I could claim credit, Luck 108. I wish I could claim credit, but this is like the idea of the geniuses of this stuff coming out of China mainly, but also you find this in Tibetan tantric practice, but it's not out there in the open. There are longevity practices in the Tibetan tantras, in the lower tantras, where they're basically like, yeah, let's help you live to be 120 so that you have a lot of time to finish doing your practice and everything works well. you know, very similar ideas, but nobody knows because you're not allowed to talk about it. I mean, you're not allowed to talk about how you do it for some reason, maybe for good reason in some cases. Okay, go college age. Uh, Many people find their partners. Yeah, a lot of people find. I don't think I didn't meet my wife until I was my now wife until I was 30. So I did a lot of dating and stuff up until that time to just finish that conversation. So it's not like if you haven't found somebody by the time you're 19 or 20 or 25 or whatever that there's no hope. So anyways, yeah. I mean with relationships and dating, do all the conventional stuff that is known to work and you will find that the opposite sex or the same sex or whatever sex you're interested in, they will be more interested in you. If you work on your physical body a bit, if you make your emotions more stable, if you make yourself more competent in the normal world where you're pursuing your career and doing all these things, which by the way is not out of alignment with your practice either if you're doing it properly, because you have to support yourself as a lay practitioner in the real world. And as I've spoken about on here before, I'll say it again because there's some new people, but think about Anathapindika, okay? Anathapindika is the Buddha's chief male lay disciple. Chief male lay disciple. Say that 10 times fast. When he built Jetavana Monastery, that's the monastery where the Buddha spent almost half of his rainy season retreats. So 3 months a year, the Buddha would go into retreat and he would do meditation with a bunch of his students. I think it was 19 out of 45 rainy season retreats he did at Jetavana Monastery. How did Jetavana Monastery come about? Listen to this. Anathapindika went to a prince. I think it was Jetta. I think Jetta was the name of the prince, in fact, and said, I'd like to buy this park that the royal family owns. How much should I pay? And Anathapindika is a fairly wealthy man, actually very wealthy, if you believe all the things that are written about him. And this prince says, well, I really don't want to sell it, so sorry. And Anathapindika says, no, you don't understand. The Buddha said he likes this piece of land and I'm going to buy it. Tell me how much you want me to pay. And he said, okay, fine. If you can cover the entire plot of land with gold coins, then I'll sell it to you. And Anathapindika supposedly got enough gold together to cover the entire piece of land with gold coins. That's one aspect. Or he got very close to doing that, and the prince, moved by his unbelievable efforts, decided, you know what? Actually, I'm going to sell it to you. Go ahead, for this amount of money, just go ahead and take it. So if you're a layperson and you're competent in the world, and you have a good career, and you set yourself up well, the Buddha said, as a layperson, as a lay follower of my students, you can provide nice things to to yourself and your family and your children and your extended relatives. You can extend nice things to your friends. You can extend nice things to your neighbors and people in your community. And he said you can also provide great things to the sangha of monks and nuns and practitioners who are really trying to train their minds. So, for example, I raised this on a previous stream. I'll raise a different version of it. Imagine in your career, you got to the point where you were making $1 million a year, okay? And you started setting aside half a million every year, and you set up a charitable trust. For those of you who don't understand trusts, a trust is an entity that is considered to be almost like a person that is able to own stuff, even if the person who set the trust up is dead. So the trust has certain rules. So maybe you set up a trust that, in terms of investments, is always invested in a double or triple leveraged S&P 500 fund, which more or less, if you follow the history of the S&P 500, basically can't lose. It's a bet you can't lose. As long as you don't take your money out, you will win, because the S&P, the top 500 companies in the world or in the United States or whichever metric you're using, always continue to grow and go up. So what you want this thing to do is kick out enough money that it can then start making charitable contributions. You always reinvest enough so that you're staying with inflation. So the amount of money in the fund stays the same. Over the course of 10 years, you put $5 million in there. On a good year, maybe it kicks out, let's call it $100,000. Do you know how much money it would cost to put every aspirant from the Tibetan tradition who wanted to go into a 3-year retreat, coming out of the tantric colleges in India, who wanted to go into 3-year retreat to gain great accomplishment in their practices? Do you know how much money it would cost to send them all into retreat? I have no idea. But I can tell you this, they're living in India in the mountains or in retreat huts, and it's probably not more than, I don't know, $40 a month per person. So if there were 100 of them a year, that would only need to make 5,000, or right? Is my math right on this? You'd only need to make about $5,000 US dollars to have 100 new retreatants go into retreat every year. If you had a charitable fund with $5 million in it, S&P 500, double leveraged, reinvesting at the rate of inflation, kicking out $100,000 a year, you could probably put every single aspiring meditator coming out of every Tibetan tantric college into retreat for 3 years as a standard part of their curriculum for completing their tantric education, which means that you would single-handedly be guaranteeing that every future generation for the next 2,500 years would have access to great yogis who had spent at least 3 years in retreat. 4,800, right. So there, you did it, and you did it forever. You did it for the remainder of the time of the Buddha's teachings for a few million bucks. I mean, my goodness, friends. My goodness. Are you telling me that would be a meaningless use of your day to make enough money to be able to do something like this? If you're in an industry like tech or engineering or medicine or whatever that you're in, where there's legal work, where there's the potential to make a huge amount of money, you can use a huge amount of that money to do unbelievable virtue if you're smart about it. You could feed every monk and nun in Thailand. You could feed every retreatant who wants to go into retreat for 10 years for the next 50 years. You could if you set up charitable trusts with investments and you knew what you were doing and you talked to the right people, you could set up a system where you created unbelievable virtue and access to actual practice for huge numbers of people for generations. Are you telling me that's a meaningless use of your time? I think that's a fantastic use of your time. If you have the karma to make a lot of money, I think that's a fantastic use of your time. And by the way, if you're making $1 million a year, probably you can figure out a way to take at least a couple weeks off a year and do some retreat yourself, which is all most people are doing anyway. And in addition to that, you can probably take your weekends and go to the local Dharma center and do all the training that everyone else is doing. You're not missing out on that. So you're doing all the Dharma training everyone else is doing, you're doing all the retreat everyone else is doing, and because you're in a lucrative career and you're well put together and you know what the hell you're doing, you could be setting up the next 10 generations to have great yogis available to them. Tell me that's a stupid thing to do. Tell me that's a meaningless thing to do. Tell me that that's totally out of line with the Buddha's teachings to do something like this. And I'll have a good chuckle about it because you're absolutely wrong. You know, if somebody has the means, there are half a dozen projects I have in my head that I don't have the time to do or the money to do. That if you were smart, you could set up systems to help create unbelievable practitioners and scholars for the next generation so that people can carry on doing this properly for generations to come. So, yeah, if any of you become rich in the next decade or so and you're still hanging around and I'm not, and I didn't get hit by a bus, we can do some fun stuff, you know? We can do some worthwhile, meaningful stuff. You can, resources, it's like a knife, you know? If you take the knife and you stab it into your own hand, that was a dumb thing to do. If you make a beautiful meal for 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 a nun, that was a really smart thing to do. It's just resources. Okay, might be a tangent, but I'd like to be passionate about things or progress in life, but I'm too much focused on dooming or having existential crisis. Yeah, that's very common these days. Um, that's very common these days. You know, a lot of that comes down to just deciding to do something because there's so much, right? There's just so many things that seem to be wrong and so many things, you know, seem to be taking you the wrong way, the world the wrong way. They're not turning out how you wanted, etc. You just have to start taking steps in a direction that you think is going to work out better. Because if you wait until you can do 100%, you'll do 0%. So instead of that, do like 3% today. You understand what I mean? Do what you can today and start heading towards a future that you want. If that's 5 push-ups because you want to be in better shape, then do 5 push-ups. If it's 5 minutes of meditation because you want your mind to be able to pull your mind in, like we did today, then do your 5 minutes. You don't have, if you wait to already be a capable person in order to develop yourself enough that you can become capable, you'll never become capable. Let me say this again because I know that sounds like weirdo wisdom stuff and I don't mean it that way. If you wait until if in your head you're waiting until you're a person that you're not in order to do all this stuff you think is important, then you'll never do it. Because you have to become this person, the one who's already in good shape, the one who's already organized, the one who's already driven, the one who's already well put together, the one whose emotions are already in control. If you're waiting to become this person, you won't, because you have to do stuff as this fucked up person you are now. Pardon my French for those who are new. I do curse on occasion. You have to be this person you are now who's really screwed up and start taking little steps to fix stuff until you're like this. I know, I can tell from talking to you. You know, you probably have a little bit of ADHD where you think, well, I want to work out, but if I'm going to work out, I should clean my house. But if I'm going to clean my house, I should eat first because I'm going to have dirty dishes and I need to do the dishes if I'm cleaning my house, so I should eat first. If I'm going to eat first, then really I need to cook. But if I'm going to cook, I need to clean the kitchen. But if I'm going to clean, right? And you just go on and thinking about the perfect way to do everything and then you end up doom scrolling on TikTok or or whatever, right? You end up not doing anything. So the way to get out of that is you just decide, okay, I'm just going to do what I can now. And, you know, with the 5 minute breath practice, for example, this is a great thing to just tack on to something you already do. So find something you already do. Maybe you brush your teeth every day. Maybe you wake up and you have a cigarette every day. Maybe you wake up and you have to go to work at a certain time every day. So you take something that's already consistent and you add on your 5 minutes. This is called habit stacking. I mean, honestly, do you know what's better than a 0% solution? A 1% solution. Like it doesn't even have to be anywhere near 100. If you're at 0, 1% is better, is infinitely better, actually, mathematically speaking. If you were doing nothing, doing anything is infinitely better from a mathematical perspective than what you were doing. Right? So just start doing the stuff that takes you in a new direction. Hinduism is fantastic. There is so much beauty, richness, vitality, so many methods. So there's, I mean, the unbelievable resources there. Unbelievable resources in the various strains of Hinduism. Yeah, doom scrolling can be bad. It's like a drug. It's like a drug. Okay. Is it true the more advanced meditator you become, the more longer sessions are recommended than a more shorter quantity? Yeah, I would say that's generally. Oh, sorry. There was another question. Hey, Casey. Sorry if I didn't say hello. Hello, hello. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think. I think I'm now got it. So luck 108, Nagarjuna, your experience of cutting the ego. Okay. So there's a big misunderstanding of sort of Buddhism that it's anti-philosophical in some way. Even if you read the Pali Canon, even if you read the Zen materials, the Chan materials, Zen materials, and of course, if you read the Indian Buddhist materials going into Tibet, there's philosophy all over the place. There's thought all over the place. There's ideas all over the place. And this is a really important part of your practice. You need to get this unit here, your intellectual capabilities, headed the same way as the rest of your practice. So you need to get your emotions headed the same way, your intellect headed the same way. If you're doing the Lohan thing, you get your body and your energy system also headed the same way. If you're doing Tantra, you get the body and energy system headed the same way. You get everything pointed the same direction. So that's what some of the intellectual work is about. But also, if you're taking the Indian Buddhist approach from the time of Dharmakirti, at least, and maybe Dignaga onward, so I think this is sixth century or so, so fairly early, 6th, 7th century, something like this. Basically, the model that comes through those systems is you start with the right idea, and then that becomes direct experience. Why do you start with the correct idea? Because of this. When you look at this cup with your eye consciousness, you see it as if it was unchanging. Since you have a misperception with a P, perception, not conception, even if you remove concept, which I can train you how to do with 6 months to a year or so of training and Mahamudra style practice, you can have a non-dual experience of seeing the cup. And guess what? It still looks like it has the potential to remain unchanging. And it still looks inherently existent. So the way that this instrument, the direct perception of the eye, sees the object in a way that it doesn't exist. So therefore, even though seeing the cup is valid in terms of cognition, it's not the right instrument to get at the truth of how the object exists. You need a different instrument to get at the truth of how the object exists. And so you start with what's obvious. I can see the cup. Yes, I can hear the cup. Maybe I can't smell the cup, but you get the point. I can touch the cup and have it has a tactile sensation. Okay, fine. What I can't see, hear, smell, taste, touch is the fact that this is not in stasis or that it's not inherently existent. I can't empirically touch that. I have to infer that based upon the evidence from my five senses. Since I have to infer it, what is an inference? It's the right kinds of ideas. So when you have the right packet of ideas with perfect reasoning based upon perfect evidence, and that becomes absolutely definitive in your mind, that's called a valid inference. It's a type in pramana theory, which is really important in Buddhist thought. It's sort of like Buddhist psychology related to how you transform your mind. A valid inference, which is an advanced experience, this takes years to generate, is having an absolutely correct inferential knowledge about how this object exists, but that's conceptual knowledge. But just that conceptual knowledge, if it's perfect in regards to how this object exists, radically transforms your mind. And you need meditative capability to develop a valid inference. It's not just a bunch of ideas. So if you develop some concentration and some rumination, Foundation 5, for those who do my material, Foundation 5, rumination meditation, you can develop valid inference, which is dramatically transformative to your emotions and your intellectual life. And since when we're talking about delusional mental states, we're talking about emotions mostly, right? And stuff that your mind is doing, having this intellectual sort of sword, the sword of Manjushri, right? To cut through all of this nonsense that's in your head and completely change your emotional palette is it not a trivial accomplishment. There are sources, in fact, that say even if you just have the correct concept of emptiness and you have enough correctness in that concept, which is a relatively early stage, to have doubt about inherent existence, that this shakes the foundations of samsara. It does unbelievable damage to your negative karma and your ignorance. So there's no reason to mention that if you have a valid inference, which is a long, arduous process of being able to know inferentially, correctly, perfectly, this object cannot inherently exist. Using the appropriate instrument, which is a series of cognitive events, to infer this is how the object exists. It exists not inherently, not with an inherent self. When you've done that, then again, radically transforms your emotions. And there are some sources that say that's all you need if you'll never have a bad rebirth ever again if you do this. You're on your way. You are on your way out if you've done this. Okay. Uh, is it true the more advanced meditator you become, the longer sessions are recommended? Let me put it this way. Okay, let me put it this way. If you read the great texts on meditation from the Buddhist tradition, the Taoist tradition, getting into the tantras, getting into the advanced practices of Taoism called Neidan, which, by the way, there are Buddhist sort of versions of those that also are in the 18 Lohan system, at the end of the 18 Lohan system. Really, really interesting stuff. Basically, you get to do Tantra without doing Tantra. And you get to do the best bits that come at the end of Tantra. Uh, for those who are maybe interested in that but don't want to become tantrics. So they say that the entryway in terms of capability, what you need to be able to do is have proper sessions of meditation that are of actual good quality that are 4 hours. That's the minimum. You need to be able to do a continuous session in a single session where the qualities that should be there in a meditating mind are there continuously for 4 hours. That's the entry level capability you need to do advanced practice and have it work full on. You can do a lot, and I mean a lot, before you have that capability, but to bring it to fruition, 4 hours is the minimum level of capability in a few different areas of these practices. So of course, when you read the great text, also it says, you know, if you gain shamatha, samadhi, whatever term you'd like to use, if you gain enough concentration, it becomes possible and easy and desirable even to sit for 8, 12, 16, 24, 48 hours at a time because it's just nice to do that. You know, it's not a struggle. It's just you don't want to spend very much time during the break. You want to go back in and do more practice because it's a really fantastic state of mind to be in. So, you know, eventually it'll be like that. Uh, but probably to get like that, you have to do some retreat, and it has to be pretty long retreat. And then you need to spend a lot of time preparing yourself for that because you can't just go into retreat and do it. You need to have your mind needs to be ready before you go into retreat. And all of that's described in great details in the text. Can you compensate for ADHD with meditation? Absolutely, yes. The science is still young, but the science is sort of saying we think so. And from my own experience, because I was diagnosed with ADHD as a young person, and they said that I would have it my whole life, I would say that I'm doing fairly well now on the ADHD front. What's helped me is accepting 80%. Yep. Actually, existential crisis, not just my personal status, but also mostly about things outside of my control. Yeah, yeah. To a degree, you just have to you just have to put the phone down. You know what I mean? Um, if you take in a whole bunch of really terrible information, it will make you feel terrible. So unless you have to do it for work or something, there's no reason to do that to yourself. You know, or you need to keep up with it a bit so that you know what's going on in your country. But if you can, Abhishek, if you can, I don't know what it's like. I'm assuming you're in India based on the things you've said. There are news sources like this one. Let me see if I can pull it up. Uh, media bias fact check chart. For those of you who do like to keep up with a bit of news, I'll share this link, copy link address. So there's this, uh, sorry, there's this company that looks at news sources and then fact checks them and then ranks different news sources based upon how much opinion they're putting in and how much they're sticking to the facts without adding an interpretation. So where we go wrong consuming our news very often is that we consume information from news where they don't just tell you what happened, they tell you here's how you should feel about what happened and here's what it means in terms of everything else. And here's why you should be outraged, here's why you should be this, here's why you should be afraid, blah blah blah. If you read news from, for example, as they have at the top of the list here, Pew Research Center, USA Facts, it used to be that, oh yeah, there it's still up there, AP News. Who else is up there? CNN should definitely not be up there. I don't know why they have that up there. Fox 11 also should not be up there. But oh, Reuters, there you go, is right in the middle, right at the top. Anyways, the best news sources, the best news to read is news that is reporting the facts from a middle political spectrum, not veering to either side, and doesn't tell you how you should think about it, how you should feel about it. It just says this happened. So, as a person living in the real world, you have to deal with stuff probably that's actually happening in your environment, right? Yes, you can ignore a fair amount of it, but there's a certain amount of politics that will affect you whether you like it or not, etc. So if you need to know about it, read the information, get the information from sources that don't encourage you to have a lot of fear or a lot of outrage or a lot of ridicule. Just get the information and be on your way, right? This is what I recommend. So focus in on those sort of the cleanest pipeline for information that you can. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I'm going a little bit over time tonight, my friends, but I'll see if I can get to the bottom of the chat quickly here. Do I believe there's real magic? So Wisky, I here's the thing, right? What I think, having experienced the things I've experienced with the people that I have, first let me preface this by saying I'm a trained academic. I'm a fairly skeptical person because I've seen a lot of interesting things that I didn't expect to be real from sometimes people I didn't expect to have those capabilities. I think that the range of what is natural and possible is probably wider than what we have scientifically described and proven and so forth up to this point, which I think is a pretty reasonable assumption. Science, for example, is a pretty young discipline. You know, we have what 120 years or something behind science. You know, in a relatively modern form, at least. So if you're talking about um, it's magic because this person is doing something that seems to violate all the rules that we think dictate how everything works, then there's a ton of magic. Because a physicist will tell you that 15% or so of the stuff that makes up the universe is called dark matter, dark energy, etc. We don't know what it is. It doesn't seem to fit into the standard model of physics, blah, 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 blah. No, no, no. Don't worry about it, Abhishek. This is good. We're going into open Q&A now. So I think that there is plenty that fits into the category of we don't know how to scientifically measure this, describe this, predict this, etc. yet. And there may be things that we can't ever do in that way. We don't know what the limits are of science yet because science is growing, changing. But there is and are certainly things that human beings can do that extend beyond what we can currently figure out with science. I think that's should be obvious. Some of those things are extraordinary and way outside the range of what we normally think is possible. So what fits into that category? Again, I don't like talking about this in public, so I'm not going to give specific details, but I've seen my teachers do things that break the laws of physics as we understand them. But I don't think that's unnatural, and I don't think it's magic. I think that if you train your mind and you train your energy system and you train stuff, it turns out that the natural world, the things that are naturally in the world, turn out to be much more interesting than you imagined before you tried to do all that work. So what's possible is that the range of possibilities is actually much bigger, much wider than people think. This is what I believe based upon the things, for lack of a better term, I have been forced to believe because I've seen stuff that I can't unsee. And then also, I've had experiences where I've trained in things and stuff has happened and it's been outside the range of, let's say, outside the range of normal. And so I have been dragged kicking and screaming into thinking and believing and knowing things that I didn't think were possible, or that I thought it was mythology, or I thought it was analogy, or I thought it was allegory. Turned out, no, it was just an accurate description. Yeah, there are some people that can move other people without touching them. That's just a thing a person can do if they train in this thing and that thing, and then they do these four things, and then they learn how to do this. That's just, force pushing. The Yoda thing. This is a real thing people can do. Are you going to be able to do it next Tuesday? No. Can you do it fighting full speed with a sword? Probably not. Is it a thing a person can do in a certain controlled environment? Probably. Are there reasons to learn how to do it? Yeah. Are there methods to learn how to do it? Yeah. Are you going to meet someone who can teach you how to do it by searching it up on the internet? Probably not, because the people that advertise that mostly are charlatans. you know, mostly they're full of crap, and they wanted you to hang around for 6 years to sell you nothing. Actually, they're hypnotists, or they're this, or they're that, and gullible people turn up and they hypnotize them and they make them do all sorts of stupid stuff. But there are people that really have capabilities like this, and occasionally you meet them if you hang out with advanced practitioners long enough, and they do things that you didn't expect, and then you have to adjust what you think is real. But I don't think it's magic. This is the thing. I think it's natural. These are just There's just more to the natural world than we would normally think there is. Is how I think of it. Is there anything better than tobacco? That's an interesting question. I don't know. I kind of like coffee. If you oh, right. If you smoke, right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. If you happen to be a smoker and that's like the only habit you have that's consistent because you're so ADHD that you can't do the same day twice in a row, then put attaching your meditation to a habit of any kind that you have will allow you to establish the habit, is the point. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's see. So Abhishek, I promise you, it's not possible. It is impossible to change the whole world in the way you probably would like, and of course, that's going to be overwhelming at times if you live in the real world. Of course, but if you train your mind can get better at dealing with how the world actually is. So if your mind gets better at dealing with how the world actually is, then the world will become easier and easier and easier and easier for you to do things in. And it will become more fluid, more natural in terms of the way you interact with other people instead of being so mm, sort of that you keep bumping into stuff and it hurts. Do you understand what I mean? I think you do, you know? Where you keep bumping into stuff in the world and it's almost like when you get a fresh cut or a fresh wound, and something, and even your clothing, it brushes against it and you go. So if your pain tolerance is really low, then all of these sensitive bits that we have is really difficult to deal with. If your pain tolerance becomes really high, then so there's a group of young Sikhs who are doing a lot of my meditation practice, and we're meeting once a week now. And they tell me all these stories from the Sikh canon. They're hilarious on sometimes, but also really fascinating. And One time we were talking about how meditation changes your perception of pain, and they said, "Oh, there's this incredible story. One of the gurus from the lineage, he got accused of something, and they were going to kill him, and the way they were going to kill him was by cutting off one body part at a time, and they were going to start with his hand." And he said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Stop, stop, stop! Don't cut off my hand. Start here and cut it here. Then there's more because you'll get all the little joints." Uh, So, he was a great yogi. He was a great practitioner. Pain didn't bother him. Anyways, the point is that if you train, not that, that you need to be able to withstand being cut limb from limb, but if you train your mind, things will get easier. And if you become more capable as a person, everything else becomes easier because the world will stay basically as it is, and you will become more capable in the world. If you make your mind sharper, if you make your perception sharper, if you make your emotions more stable so that you can decide to do something and then you just do it instead of, you know, you get 10 minutes down the road and now I'm going to turn left. And then you go down the road again and then, oh no, I'm going to turn around. This is too hard. And then you get back to where you were and you go, oh, I'm depressed because I turned around, but I really wanted to go to the end of the road and now I'm here again and blah, blah, blah. You just skip all that and you go, I'm going down the road, and you go. Mostly it's our emotions that get in the way of us completing the stuff that we would prefer to complete. Why don't you get in better shape? Because you get a little bit down the road and you don't like how it feels when you work out, and you don't like this and you don't like that. You want to eat this, you don't want to eat that, blah, 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 blah. And so your emotions stop you from completing the task of getting in better shape, which is why I have a belly. It's not like a magical internal martial arts chi belly. These are pies, you know? So like this, if if you have more control over your mind, then everything else becomes easier. And more and more and more, as you decide you want to do something, you're just able to turn your mind and go. You just turn your mind and you go the direction you want to go. So like this, you can just decide, okay, yeah, I'd like to look more like this. I'd like to have a career that's more like this. I'd like to manage my relationships more like this, and you go. And if you have ADHD, then you have to start small. You have to do small things, and then you have to do other things that give you dopamine, because your brain's not going to give you dopamine along the way like a normal person. So you have to do other things that give you reward to keep you doing the thing, because your brain's not going to give you rewards the way it would normally reward a normal person for doing all this. So you start with small stuff that you can actually accomplish. And reach out to me, Abhishek, on Discord, if somebody will put that in the chat if you're still here. Otherwise, I'll do it. But reach out to me on Discord or Facebook or something, I'll talk to you about how to get habits going, how to get habits started, how to make sure that you manage it well, especially with ADHD, so that you have more success in keeping the habits going. With ADHD in particular, it's harder. Yeah, exactly. Because your mind doesn't reward you the same way as other people. And so it makes everything else harder, but there are ways of working with yourself still. Okay. Data Daddy says, how much do you believe in multi-dimensional phenomenon having to do with magic, the supernatural? Truly, I don't think there is such a category as supernatural. I think that things that are real are natural. And I think the natural world is more complicated, subtle, complex, and interesting than is described by science currently. And I think there may be aspects of the material, natural world, or let's say just things that are natural, I think that extend beyond what science may ultimately have access to at all. What do I mean? Look at the research coming out of the University of Virginia in regards to children with past life memories. I'll put that on the screen. Uh, so this research project has been going on a long, long time, and provides a pretty solid evidence that death is not the end, birth is not the beginning. Pretty solid evidence if you look at their research methods at this stage of the game. Earlier in the process, not as good, but now the research methods are pretty good. And they've eliminated a lot of other explanations from the pool of potential explanations based upon the types of information that these kids have when it's a really good case for the sake of scientific research. So, will we ever have technology that allows us to directly measure a non physical mind, which is the claim of Buddhism, for example? A non physical continuum of mind leaving this person's body and going over here and landing in this womb over here? Will we ever have technology to do that? Probably not. But we have we have the technology to do inferential research that shows there are children who have memories with that have memory containing information pertaining to previous lives that they couldn't have acquired any other way than if they genuinely had a past life where they were that person. Information that's not on the public record anywhere, information that's highly specific, information that's complicated and detailed, information that's highly personal to that, not only that person but other people in their life that nobody else knows except for the dead person, etc. There's a bunch of kids like this. So will we ever have the scientific tools to again measure this mind coming out of the body and watching it go over here and go to another body? I don't think so, but we have enough technology, information, blah blah blah, to inferentially show that a really good explanation for why kids have these memories is that they they were reborn. That's a really good explanation. It makes really good sense out of the type of information they have, right? Does that mean that them leaving their body and going to a new body is supernatural because something has that's inexplicable from the point of view of science left from over here, came over here? We thought all the information was stored in their brain. Turns out something carried on from here to here that has information in it. That seems supernatural, right? No. Clearly, this is part of how the natural world is set up. And clearly, to use your word, mind is in some kind of different dimension, so to speak, than the physical stuff because it passed through all this physical stuff and ended up over here somehow. That's really weird. So clearly, it's not operating on the same rules as matter. Oh, yes. Yeah, get some sleep, Abhishek. Get some sleep. We'll talk soon. Just yeah, not we'll not chat now. We'll chat later. So likewise, there have been quite a few research studies now on people that do qigong that are quite good at qigong practice. For example, if coming out of various Chinese traditions for moving energy around the body and blah 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 and all this stuff. I've trained with people who are really good at those practices and can do very strange things with those practices that, again, seem to defy the laws of ordinary physics. As a very skeptical person, I wanted really good proof that those were real things. And I have, at least for myself, gotten very good proof that these substances are real things and you can do things with them that are in the physical world. That's not supernatural. I don't even think it's hypernatural. I just think it's super normal. It's outside the normal range of stuff we experience, but so is a lot of stuff. Read my unread texts. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Uh, okay. Negative stuff. I try to study and I get bored. My mom has a phone, so I can check in intervals many hours. Yeah, I think I got all the questions now, Abhishek. And then just in terms of helping you get going with your training and any other stuff, just to get if you want to get your life headed a different way too, I'm happy to talk about that. Like I was saying, because it people think life is super complicated. It's actually not. Sometimes the world does really suck, and it's really hard. But in terms of the basic stuff you need to do to have a relatively nice life, if you can get those things going, it's not actually that complicated. It's like a handful of things. Okay. So have a good night, Abhishek. Get some sleep, and we'll talk soon. We'll talk soon. Um, let's see. I've been practicing 2 to 3 months, total 50, 60 hours, mainly breath concentration right after taking my meds, so my brain associates the increased dopamine with meditation. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. In the beginning, basically whatever you can do to trick yourself to do the practices and get yourself to the cushion is good. Have a good night, Abhishek. We'll talk again soon. It's okay if it takes you a long time to respond and stuff on Discord. We'll talk and we'll as you can, we'll talk things through. Uh Usually daddy, like I said, I call these things super normal. There's things I've seen. Again, I don't like going into specifics on live because it's too weird, and it makes, I don't know, it's just stuff that's too strange, I think, for most people, so I'd rather not. And but I've just had too many experiences despite being a skeptical academic kind of, otherwise well put together person who, as I like to say, doesn't believe that crystals are going to heal your cancer, and doesn't believe that every butterfly is a dead relative, doesn't believe a lot of these sorts of things floating around that sound similar to some degree to these things. Despite that, I think that some of the geniuses, let's say, of working with what a human being is, which probably is more than just your physical body, the geniuses of this who have worked with the physical body and the energetic body and the mind for 2 or 3 thousand years have come up with some stuff that's pretty interesting. And if you train in this stuff with people that really do hold lineage in these things, or have trained with a lot of people in proper lineages and gained the skills of these lineages, a lot of these things that sound like mythology and BS, if you find somebody that knows how to do it, it's exactly as it's described in the texts. And the more you spend time with great practitioners that are associated with lineages or trained with great people in various lineages, you find out that more and more and more of what you thought was just weird mythological stuff or allegories in text, you find out more and more and more of it is real stuff that people can do. And that's surprising and interesting. And I've been trying to convince some people I know that can do those things. I've been trying to convince some of them that if since these are real things a human being should can do, we should study it. Like if you can do this sort of thing that seems mythological, let's get you to a lab with some smart guys. And let's measure every bit of you that we can when you're doing this sort of thing and learn everything we can about it. Let's tell people this is a real thing, you know? But quite often people that can do these things aren't interested in that for whatever reason. As funny as that sounds. A virtuous life free from suffering is the most profound miracle. Yeah, it is, you know. It's up there in terms of the miracles. The idea that you could work with your mind and the other ingredients that make you up and become the absence of suffering, that you could become something that is absent suffering is and actually has lasting permanent happiness is a really stunning revelation. It is unexpected because all life, for example, things that are alive seem to mostly go through very short periods of happiness and a great deal of stress and difficulty and pain and death relative to the short periods of happiness that they have. It's mostly disturbing mental states and disturbing emotions and sort of frenetic mental activity. So, yeah, it's a profound miracle. It's profound magic. It is way outside the range of normal, super normal, that a person would have that kind of experience, capability, et cetera, et cetera. How does multidimensionality relate to the supernormal? Sort of like I said, University of Virginia, good example. It seems that whatever your mind is made of doesn't operate on the same principles as the standard model of physics because it seems like your mind should be here in your brain somewhere, for example, and so should your memories and all the functions of your cognition, because that's how it kind of looks in terms of correlation when we do neurology. That shouldn't you, who seems to be made up of all this neurological stuff that's in your head, protons, electrons, and neutrons, shouldn't that stop when your body is dead and decaying and falling apart? So if you, in this sense, if what made up your mind was just that stuff, uh, and your mind was in the same dimension, basically, although I don't like that language, then it should go away when the brain goes away, but it doesn't. According to the University of Virginia's research, according to other research into near death experience and similar sorts of things, there seems to be types of experience that occur even when your brain isn't functioning or the body has died, that your mind continues on with memories and all sorts of things, all sorts of information. So if that's true, then whatever way in which your mind is existing is not quite the same as the way that the physical particles making up your body is existing, because your mind doesn't break up in the same way as your brain does when your brain breaks up. Yeah. So I don't like the use of terms like multidimensional or interdimensional or blah blah blah. I don't think that's the best language. But it is quite clear that if you visualize an apple, there's no instrument we've ever come up with that can look at that apple that you're visualizing. That's weird. You'd think that if that apple was made of protons, electrons, and neutrons, for example, that an instrument designed to detect protons, electrons, and neutrons would be able to look at the actual apple that you're visualizing. You would think that would follow logically, wouldn't you? It should follow. Uh, I mean, besides dark matter, dark energy, everything that we've ever encountered in physics, if you design the right instrument, you can look at it or detect it. You can get at it. That mental image you can't get at all unless somebody tells you, I'm visualizing an apple, and you train an AI to recognize that brain activity that's associated with visualizing that apple or something. There is no way whatsoever to tell what's in that person's mind, except on the most vague terms. So mental content by itself seems to exist in some kind of space that isn't the ordinary space time we're used to. Because you can, in a fraction of a second, generate an apple that is self luminous, right? It doesn't have a light source lighting it up. And here's this apple in front of you. If you're really good at visualization, you can flick it and it'll make a sound, and you can bite it and it has a taste. You can grab onto it with your mind, it has a tactile sensation. If you kind of suck at visualization, you'll doubt that a person could even do that. But tantrics tantrics can visualize entire mandalas with hundreds of deities in them and thousands of objects in them and all sorts of stuff. Like that's a baby capability in terms of using your imagination. So the stuff in your mind, the stuff of mental content, doesn't exist in the physical universe. That's pretty weird. You can't detect the visualized apple even with your own eyeballs because it's not a physical thing made of protons, electrons, and neutrons. That's really weird. I'm not saying it's a real apple in the universe. I'm saying it's not. That makes it quite strange. So the thing generating that apple, generating that image of an apple floating in space or whatever, is also quite strange. Why? How? Isn't it weird that you have this part of you that can generate a thing that doesn't exist in the physical universe as we understand it? That's pretty weird. And I promise you, the more time you spend thinking about this issue, the weirder you're going to think that is. At first, maybe it doesn't land, but you have an instrument in your being that can generate images that aren't made of protons, electrons, and neutrons. That's really strange. Images that don't exist anywhere in the physical universe. That's really weird. This should give you pause about what you are as a being. So I don't like the terms multidimensional, interdimensional, blah blah blah, because I think it gets too sort of new agey sounding. I prefer to sort of talk about it as it is, you know. You're you're sitting here in this universe. Your body is in this universe, but you can visualize an apple in front of you that no scientific instrument on the planet can look at directly, and that organ no organ designed as an instrument by nature to detect physical things can detect whatsoever. That's really, really, really strange. And the thing that generated that apple that doesn't obey the normal laws of physics, that isn't detectable by physical means, either natural or artificial, does it as casually and easily as raising your arm. It just almost effortless, just can generate non physical things easily. Very strange. Do tantrics have unlimited working memory? I don't know. I don't know. Uh, they've done some research on people doing deity yoga. I don't know if they've done any research on people visualizing full on mandalas because a full mandala has a lot more going on in it than just, for example, visualizing yourself as a deity. A full mandala is a three-dimensional structure extending in six directions. Six directions. For those of you who are wondering the things that I'm secretly teaching you how to do. So your your awareness, because your mental awareness isn't extending in space in the same way as your physical body is. It's operating on different principles. You can overlay an image, a visualized image, on your physical experience. For example, you can be walking with your body, but in the visualized image, you're standing still. And as long as you don't go schizophrenic and think that you are your visualized images, then you can use that for really interesting purposes. Because your mind is actually standing still. Your mind is staying still, roughly speaking, in the center of your experience. And out of your central mind grows these five other minds. But the central mind is, roughly speaking, staying still at the center. It's always at the center of your experience. And because it's mm, sort of like the apple visualizing the apple. It's not actually moving around in space. Your mind is not moving around. It's not moving through space. Is this getting too weird? Please do let me know if it's getting too weird. But if you train in Mahamudra, you start to notice, oh, my mind is more like space. It's more like empty space that knows things. And as you start to notice, oh, my mind is like empty space that knows things, you notice that if you're walking and you become aware of consciousness while you're walking, the mind isn't walking, the body's walking. The mind isn't moving through, it's not going, your mind's not going like this. Your mind is generating an experience and is basically staying still in a open, spacious condition internally. Do you understand what I mean? In a sense, think about it like this, right? Think about it like a bit like a movie. And in the movie, think about a person who's sort of, they do this in movies sometimes. You have completely empty space in every direction, and the person is sort of like a little bit see-through, you know what I mean? Like they're a spirit or something. And they're walking like this in empty space, but the frame keeps them in the middle. So they're going like this and they're not going anywhere. You know what I mean? And you can kind of see through them. So your mind is really focused on the space and they're in the middle, sort of going like this, but they're not moving. You know what I mean? This sort of shot. That's actually how it is. Your mind is like empty space and it's generating an experience through the five senses, but it's not moving anywhere. So this is really, really interesting. Uh, yeah, like VR. You're it's walking like this in the VR, but you're standing still. Yeah. In a three-dimensional space, the mind stays still in the three-dimensional space because it's the space. So, Jonathan, the development of clairvoyance and so forth are considered to be basically side effects of the practice. One of my teachers, since we're getting into overtime here, uh, let me do a little commercial break, and then we shall continue. So, yeah, the mind is basically like the center. Well, why do you think they call it? Why do you think they call it the sphere of vision, the sphere of hearing, the sphere of smell, the sphere of taste, the sphere of tactile sensation? Because it's like in space, there's like this mushroom of in unmoving space, there's this mushroom of tactile experience that isn't actually moving anywhere relative to that space. The mind is still in the middle and it's generating this experience of walking like this as a tactile experience. Really fascinating. I feel like I'm getting way too out there and people are going to get the wrong idea about stuff. But when I say that, like if you did my practices for a while, this is why I say the pathway through these practices with me, if you were just doing my stuff, is maybe, thank you, Blue Jay. That's not necessary, but I thank you. Thank you. So the pathway through to have some of these, a little taste of these experiences is a little bit of retreat, a little bit of study, and, call it 30 minutes to an hour of practice a day after you're established. In the beginning, 5 minutes, 10 minutes is fine. After you're established, 30 minutes, an hour a day for a 4 or 5 year period, you'll start to have these experiences. I don't have to convince you this is how it is. this will be your experience of how it is. And the hint that I'm not making that up or whatever is that when you do the earlier practices and I tell you what's going to happen, that's what happens. So I'm sort of baking into the process like here's what's going to happen next, and then it'll happen. And not because I'm telling you. And quite often I don't tell you. I say there's going to be a sign and you're going to come to me and tell me something, and then I'm going to tell you to do the next thing. Right? I think if I've done that with a few of you now. And they're not magical signs. They're sort of common sense things that happen if you're trying to do stuff for real, which tells me you're really trying to do stuff. Okay. So, quick commercial break. For those of you who are new or stumbling through, since we're getting on hour number 3, I do all of this for free. I do all the teaching for free. I do, you know, somewhere between 3 and 8 hours of phone calls with people, usually, most days, somewhere in there, uh, all for free. And so, in order to do all this, where I'm making content with no ads and doing these classes and leading retreats where people can come for free if they can't afford to chip in, and so on and so on and so on. To do all that, I have to have sponsors or donors or supporters, whatever you'd like to say, right? Unfortunately, to do this, you know, in the beginning, it was like 80 or 100 hours a week. Now it's down to 60 or 70, which is probably more manageable. But still, that's full-time work, you know. I can't do this and something else. So to do it full-time with everyone, I have to have a certain amount of support. So here's my 5-minute commercial. If you'll hang in there. If this is too boring, hit pause, come back in 5 minutes, okay? So there are a bunch of ways you can support me. If you send a donation through YouTube as a super chat or whatever, YouTube takes 30%. So that's a big chunk that didn't actually come to me, which I know you don't like. On top of that, if you send it through your iPhone in particular, through the iPhone, then through YouTube, they take 60%. So that means that, for example, Blue Jay, if you sent $5 on an iPhone, $2 comes to my account. So if you'd like more of the money to arrive to me, which I think was the intent, send it by PayPal, send it by Venmo, send it by the GoFundMe. If you take the slider on GoFundMe and slide the how much goes to GoFundMe, if you slide it down, then more of it goes to me. That's a wonderful way to become a monthly contributor if you wanted to send a fair amount of money each month. Another thing you could do is I have a meditation community on Skool, Skool. I'm building a community of somewhere between 100 and 200 meditators who want to train with me a bit more seriously. It's 29 US a month, and all of the material that I teach in that course, I teach for free in this class, and I have the same training materials available for free on YouTube. So you can get it all for free. However, in the Skool course, you have a community where everyone is training in the material and sharing their experiences in the group. So that's a nice support for your practice. It's a nice way to chip in $30 a month, basically, to keep all this going. And eventually, probably when we have about 100 people, we're going to start sponsoring people. My hope is we're going to start sponsoring people to do longer retreats. So if you wanted to do retreat and it was going to take, let's call it $500 for you to miss a little bit of work and this and that, and you needed help financially to do the retreat for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month, if there's 100 of us, we would all chip in $5. $5 is nothing. And if everybody wants to go into retreat over a 3, 4, 5 year period, right? And there's 100 of us, then probably we can send 3 or 4 people into a relatively decent retreat for for each of us, maybe like $40 or something. And over the course of 2 or 3 years, I think maybe 4 years, we can send everybody in the community into retreat for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month each. which is fantastic. So I'm building a community where we're training together, we have common material, and eventually, for everyone who'd like to be involved in that part of it, we'll be sponsoring each other to be able to do longer term practice, more serious practice, right? So this is what I'm building on the school course, in addition to being a great way to support me. Finally, last piece is the 18lohanpalm.com. If the moderators would put the school course link and the Lohan and maybe the PayPal in the chat. So Lohan Palm. Lohan Palm, I'm working with Sifu Neil Andrew Ripsky. He is a 40-year career martial arts instructor, Buddhist, and meditator and meditation teacher. He's also trained twice in a full on teacher training course in the Thai forest Buddhist tradition. So he is eminently qualified in a really good lineage of Buddhist meditation training himself. Furthermore, he's trained in a full Shaolin system for making the body perfect for meditation, making the energy system perfect for meditation, and then actually doing meditation, taking you into Nadan practice, which is like Tantra without Tantra. So he has a full lineage system of this kind of training. And I'm helping people do the earlier stages of meditation training in his system. So I'm adding to that course, the Lohan Palm course, and training these techniques that I do here, integrating it into the curriculum so that people can do really powerful meditation practice as they're building up all these skills and be able to take more of it off the cushion and into their practice and become great meditators eventually through his techniques, right? So we're integrating the two. So if you went and signed up for the Lohan course, about a third of that goes to me also. So that's a great way to support me, and it's going to be a fantastic course. Last but not least, um, I don't do a lot of in-person retreats for my stuff because I want to teach people how to do their training in their own life, and I just don't like the idea of people spending $3,000 or whatever to come hang out with me for 5 days. That's nuts, and financially it's wasteful. However, Lohan Palm, Neil and I are going to do joint retreats. The first one will probably be February or March of next year. And there is a reason for you to come and do a Lohan retreat because there's all this physical stuff you need to do to learn Lohan. So I'll be doing the meditation portion of the retreat, and he'll be doing the Lohan portion of the retreat. And that would be, if you wanted to hang out with me a bit, that would be a great way to do it. You know, do the Lohan, come to the retreats. You can do my meditation stuff there, along with all of this stuff that Neil teaches that supports the practice of meditation. So if you wanted to sort of get into the community, you could say, and do more stuff in real life, that would be one way to do it. Excellent. So that was the 5-minute commercial break. And now we are back to the regularly scheduled programming. Um, yes. So please do, if you find value in this, hit pause right now. Hop over to the PayPal, the Venmo, something. Leave whatever you can. Even $5, a very meaningful sum of money. Leave whatever you can so that I can carry on doing this for free for everyone else. You know, if you're able and you find value in this. If you want to support at a higher tier, higher level, go to school, SKOOL, that link, or go to the Lohan link, which it seems like the moderators have left. So give me just one moment and I'm going to pop that into the chat for everyone. And let's see. Yeah. Okay. So here's the PayPal. And I'll put the Venmo in there. And I'll put the school course and the Lohan course. And then we'll get back to the normal stuff. So this is the school course. And then the Lohan Palm. Okay, now we're back to it. Right. So the next question was, Jonathan, are the development of things such as clairvoyance right? Okay, so I kind of answered that, kind of left it hanging. The general consensus of Buddhists and Taoists, which are the two communities I've spent the most time in, is that clairvoyant powers, as absolutely insane as this sounds, that clairvoyant powers are so common amongst practitioners who are training hardcore that they are not even worth talking about. This is a side effect that comes up, that you will develop clairvoyance, you'll develop clairaudience, you'll develop the ability to see things at a distance, you'll develop the ability to hear things at a distance, read people's minds, remember past lives, blah 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 blah, and other things that are also quite interesting that I'm not going to bring up here. That these are just side effects. And yeah, you could develop some of them independently, and it would take you way off into left field, and you might not finish your training, which is part of the reason they don't spend much time talking about them, emphasizing them, etc., because most of the time they're a distraction from the real thing that you're doing. And you can take a big left-hand turn off the freeway and into the swamp by gaining these capabilities and then using them for stupid stuff in the real world, like trying to get rich or trying to whatever, get a bunch of students or, you know, that's the path to the dark side, young Padawan. So, yes, those things are real according to all these traditions. Yes, you find those in all the classical texts. Yes, if you hang out with practitioners who are doing a lot of practice, you will learn that they still do have those capabilities. I'll give you one story because this was kind of funny. But when I was young, I was taking a monk to the airport who was associated with FPMT, Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition. I spent a lot of time with that organization. I still like them a lot. Uh, I was taking him to the airport. We were leaving Lama Zopa Rinpoche's house early in the morning, going to the airport. And he started asking me questions about what I was doing because I was relatively certain that I wanted to be a monk. Actually, I've told that story before, but when I was younger, I thought I was going to become a monk, and I was going to school still, nonetheless, and I was getting a degree in religious studies at my university, College of Charleston. And so this monk is sitting on my passenger side of my car, and he starts asking me these questions. He goes, "What are you going to university to do?" And I said, "Oh, I'm getting a degree in religious studies." And then I thought to myself, I'm getting this degree in religious studies so that I can refute all these other stupid religions. And he goes, as if I had said it out loud, he goes, "It's really not a good idea to get a degree just to refute other religions. That's a really bad idea." And I went, "Excuse me?" And he said, "Yeah, that's not a good idea. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't study things just to be able to refute other people. That's not good." And I was like, "Okay." And then he did that two or three more times where he would ask me a question and then I would think something and then he would answer whatever I had thought as if I had said it out loud. And finally I said, "How is it that every time I think something, you're answering me as if I'm talking out loud?" And he just bursts out laughing and he goes, "Oh, I read it in the newspaper this morning." Right? Like, obviously, you didn't read it in the newspaper this morning. He just has spent a lot of time training his mind and doing retreats and has clairvoyance and he knew what I was thinking, you know? And it wasn't the point of anything. There's no point in making a big deal out of it. But if you spend time in these communities and you spend time with great practitioners and you spend time around people that have done a lot of retreat, they still have these capabilities. And it's not subtle. It's not a subtle thing. So as I've said before, I've been down the road sort of skepticism in spite of myself, because in the beginning I wanted to believe stuff and I couldn't. I was just too skeptical. I couldn't believe that psychic stuff was real, and I couldn't believe that karma was real, and I couldn't believe rebirth was real, and I couldn't believe, you know, so-called whatever kinds of powers you develop from meditation, all this stuff. I couldn't believe any of that was real. It just seemed too weird, too out there, too anti-scientific. But the more I spent time with great practitioners in particular, I just started meeting people that actually could do those things. And they didn't show them off. They weren't trying to make money from it. They weren't writing a book and trying to sell some course teaching people how to do it. They just, after usually 3 times this has happened where I've known somebody who's a great practitioner who's done really hard retreats and so forth. Like my main teacher did a 6-month retreat on one occasion, 16 hours a day of practice, 16 hours a day, seated practice for 6 months. And some of these people that I've met, some of these incredible practitioners I've met, you know them for 5 years or 6 years or 8 years, and then they show you something because they're not there to impress you. They're not there to show off. And showing those things off would slow down their progress on the path. As somebody said recently in one of the streams, they said, oh no, this was one of the students from the group that I'm of Sikhs that I'm teaching. They said I was doing meditation for a while, and then I started hearing these sounds that the texts say you'll hear. Basically, sounds from the Deva realms, sounds from divine music, divine sound. They said this started happening. I was doing a lot of practice. It started happening. They said, then I told somebody and it stopped happening. And I said, yeah, of course it stopped happening. Because if incredible things start happening to you in your practice and then you get your ordinary personality involved, it runs counter to the technique that produces the ability to do those things. So of course they stop happening. Think about it even in terms of ordinary non-duality experiences, which are at the beginning of training. These are beginner experiences, right? Vision, your visual faculty, even according to cognitive science, you have some type of visual processing cognitive ability that generates an image that is the room you're sitting in. So if you look around your room, that is your visual consciousness producing an image of the room based upon your eyes being stimulated in a certain way. Okay? So what you're seeing isn't the room. What you're seeing is the image generated by your mind. So your mind generates the image, and then it generates a separation and says, that's the room over there. It has nothing to do with me. I'm over here. I just happened to walk in. The room was here already. So your mind generates the image, generates a separation between you and the image, and then generates you. So there are like 3 parts, right? So there's the thing doing the seeing, there's the thing being seen, and then there's like a you in between that's somehow not the other two. Non-dual in a non-dual experience, this distinction collapses because you remove that middle portion where you see, oh, and you see directly. The quality of your vision actually changes. Not vision as in magical visions, but the way you see, seeing changes. And it's obvious that your mind is generating the experience. No, not when you're high. No, this won't happen by getting high. So, non-dual experience, non-dual experience, the ordinary sense of you falls off. And all that's left is the thing that's doing the seeing and what's being seen. So, in that experience, the ordinary personality that you think is the one who sees stuff and that you think is the one that that has this faculty of seeing, right? You think that I'm in the middle, me here, and I have this faculty of seeing stuff, and I'm seeing these things over here. I'm in the middle. In reality, it's like this. There's the seeing faculty and what's seen, and you're not in the middle. So, of course, when you get back to your ordinary way of doing things, and here's the seeing, and here's the faculty of seeing, and you think you're in the middle of the two, and you start talking to people and say, "Yeah, I had this crazy experience, and this happened, and then these things were going on," blah, 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 and then you go back to your practice, you can't get this state to occur again because you are putting you in the middle of it. I want to have this experience. So, by the very nature of what you're doing in the practice, you stop it from happening. Do you see it? So, great beings, great practitioners, they have a great deal of reticence, a great deal of concern about not telling people too much of the stuff that's happening at the highest levels of their practice because it fucks it up or it has the potential to fuck it up. Again, apologies for those who don't know that I curse. But it has great potential to screw up your practice if your ordinary sense of who and what you are gets involved. And a great way for it to get involved is to show off so-called magical capabilities you have, or the clairvoyance you gained, or this or that, or blah blah blah. That's a really quick path to the capabilities you've gained stopping. There's a funny story about this actually in the Pali Canon. uh, God, I can't remember exactly the circumstance where it got screwed up, but there was this monk who one of the things that happens, they say, if you gain a certain capability in the jhanas in concentration, is that you can levitate. And there was this monk who would enter the jhanas and he would sort of levitate around this park area. And then he found out that somebody else knew that he was doing that. And while he was doing this, and then he found out somebody else knew, and because he got his ordinary personality involved, he just fell out of the air. But this is from the classics, right? Anyways, okay. What motivates people to take vows? Is there some kind of value greater than unrestricted freedom? Yeah. Um, your vows are your freedom. You doing whatever you think is whatever you doing whatever you think you want to do at the time is prison. Why? Because you think you're making free decisions and you're not. You're not making free decisions. You're just chasing your predisposition. I like this. I don't like that. Did you decide to like this? Did you decide to not like that? Did you decide to find all this stuff in the middle completely boring? No. So you're in prison. You're in a prison of chasing things with an exaggerated sense of their value, running away from things with an exaggerated sense of their repulsive quality, and being bored with the vast majority of everything else. That's prison. That's not freedom. So you're just chasing shit around and running away from stuff and being bored with stuff out of your control. So vows are a commitment to start the process of not doing that anymore. The bare minimum is, how about you don't kill anybody? Like don't murder anyone. Can you do that? don't don't steal anything. Don't have sex with people that are inappropriate people for you to be having sex with, like people under the like minors and people that are married or in relationships and you know this sort of thing. Don't lie. Don't take a bunch of substances that screw your mind up and make you lose your discernment of what's happening. Because your discernment, as I was going on about yesterday, your discernment is this faculty in your mind that allows you to get out of the problem. So if you're taking a bunch of substances like smoking weed and drinking and taking hallucinogens and all this stuff, that temporarily makes you not able to use your discernment and not able to control your mind in the way that's taking you down the path, then you're screwing up the one resource you have that actually gets you out of the problem. So don't take intoxicants. So now we have 5 vows for us dum-dums, us people who can't just like do the right thing because we're smart. We need rules because we're not capable enough to just do the right thing without having rules, unfortunately. There's a funny part in the Vinaya where the Buddha says that. They said, well, your first 5 students, they didn't have any rules. And the Buddha goes, yeah, but as Buddhism gets more popular, people that aren't very capable are joining. So we have to have rules for those people. So that's us. Anyways, so then the Bodhisattva vows are doing that. Those are the Pratimoksha vows for lay people. And then the Bodhisattva vows, there's a much wider range of stuff where you're basically vowing to perfect your character in 6 ways and to perfect your knowledge along with your character so that you have all of the right ingredients to head down the path towards enlightenment, which is freedom. That's you deciding to go the opposite way from this weird thing your mind does of chasing stuff and running away from stuff and being bored with everything else, and doing something that will lead to a permanent state of transformation and happiness, both for yourself and for everyone else. That's freedom. Really interesting argument to think about and look at in your own experience. According to Buddhist psychology, making a free choice is really hard. Free will is really difficult. It's there, but it's really difficult. Normally, what happens is you have a pattern, a habit, a way of reacting, a preference. And so information from the past is basically driving your behavior forward in a way that's not your decision, not actively your decision. You're just following your habit from the past. So, you know, when you pick up your phone, first you go to this app, then you go to that app, and then you go to this thing, and then you go to the 3 pages that you like, blah, 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 right? And you do it out of habit. And then you get a little bored because you can't just stare at the room you're in when you're going to the bathroom. How could you possibly just sit there and go to the bathroom? So you take your phone out because you can't be bored for 4 seconds, heaven forbid. And so you start going through all the stuff that you like to look at when you're sitting in the bathroom or, or whatever, right? But most of your life is lived through compulsive habit, not out of free decision. So you're in a prison of compulsive habits driving you forward towards all of this stuff that you think will make you happy, mostly pleasures and comforts and enjoyments and entertainment, and a bunch of stuff you think makes you unhappy, things that make you uncomfortable, things that cause you pain, etc. And you're just running back and forth desperately between these 2 things uh, until you're dead. Is that freedom? I can't say that's freedom. On the other hand, if you have enough awareness and discernment, remember, here we are once again back at the 5 aggregates. And why did the Buddha include amongst the 5 aggregates 2 of your mental factors? That's really weird. He puts all the rest of them in a catch-all category called non-associated compositional factors. Why did he select 2 of them and put them in your 5 aggregate system and draw them to your attention? Because feeling, the fact that you find some sensations, not your emotions, the fact that you find some sensations pleasant and others unpleasant and others boring comes from your past karma. And that's how most people live their entire life, is chasing pleasure, trying to avoid boredom, and trying to avoid discomfort, which is coming from past karma. Mostly you don't decide any of that. Discrimination or discernment, which I like a lot, is your ability to notice the fine differences between things and be highly perceptive about the details of things and create really defined distinctions between different kinds of things. That faculty of mind he pulls out of all the other mental factors you have and puts it in your face in the 5 things that make you up as a being, because this one allows you to notice what we just said, that you're just chasing a bunch of bullshit around your entire life. And eventually you die. You chase a bunch of this bullshit around and then you're dead. That's not freedom. Freedom is you see you're doing that and you go, you know what? I'm not going to do that. You know what? I'm going to train my mind so that it stops doing that. And then I'm going to grab hold of the steering wheel and steer this ship somewhere else. That's freedom. So freedom comes from an increased ability to not simply chase your predefined habit. And also, interestingly, I think, to deliberately decide to change the types of habits that are on the surface of the mind so that they're headed the direction where you're steering the boat. Does that make sense? So, for example, you notice that the boat is getting steered over here because it's chasing this kind of pleasure, let's say sexual pleasure. And your pursuit of sexual pleasure is taking you into all places in reality you don't want to go, even in a conventional, totally ordinary sense, not even from the point of view of karma. You just don't like where your mind goes when you get really lustful, let's say. You know? I think this is a common experience for a lot of people in the modern world because it's so easy to get pornography and it's so easy to get this sort of stuff. And then on top of that, some people, if they have a lot of lust, they find it very difficult to not cheat on their partners, and that's not freedom. That's bondage. So you notice with your discernment, finally, this is a big problem. If I'm cheating on all my romantic partners, I'm out of control. I'm not making free choices. I'm chasing my desire. I'm not deciding to do that. I can't stop myself. That's prison, not freedom. So, what I'm going to do is cultivate an antidote to lust so that my lust is weak enough that I can direct it where I want. I want my lust to be directed at my wife, not at all of these other people. So I'm going to reduce it until I can aim it where I want, and then it's fine, right? And then likewise, maybe you have a big arrogance problem, and your arrogance is stopping you from training with people that know more information than you. And you notice with discernment, oh, wow, I'm not going to the places where people could go to get information to transform their minds, transform their character. Like even conventional stuff, I don't go. Stuff where I could advance my career. I don't make time to go someplace where some guy can teach me more about sales because I hate sales. But you're in sales. You could be a killer salesman, but you don't want to listen to people that know more about sales than you do because you're too arrogant or lazy. That's not freedom. That's bondage. Your arrogance is bondage. It's not you being a big man, it's you being a small man. It's not you being a lady boss, it's you being whatever the opposite of that is. All right. So like this, you can grab the steering wheel and start transforming these emotions from what they are into something else, so that the activity on the surface of your mind, the habits and patterns and predispositions are now headed in the direction that you have decided. So vows can be like this. Depends a little bit on the vows, but Vows are helping you build momentum towards freedom, actual freedom. Okay. What motivates? Oh, that was the question. Do you think the Dalai Lama has clairvoyance and just doesn't reveal it in public? Yeah. Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, if you talk, I mean, if he is who he says he is, which is the 14th Dalai Lama, with his first reincarnation being in the presence of the actual historical Buddha, this is a being of unimaginably great capability and clairvoyance. So if the Dalai Lama is who he says he is, he's not only like an unbelievable practitioner, but also has all of these capabilities that great practitioners have. Um, what's really interesting is I have a teacher who's relatively close to His Holiness because they were at, yeah, actual freedom versus the illusion of the choice of freedom. That's right. Exactly right. And they feel very different, experientially very different. So he's relatively close to His Holiness. And what's quite interesting is that amongst his monks, speaking Tibetan, amongst his monks, where it's all, basically faithful Buddhist practitioners, he talks in a totally different way than he talks when he's at a Western university talking to scientists or something. He's the Dalai Lama when he's with his monks. You understand? he, he is he is the great bodhisattva who has gone through 14 lifetimes of training when he's with his monks. So one of my teachers, who's a Western person who has a Geshe degree, so he has a degree in hydrology. He's from the Netherlands, but he went through the entire Geshe training program. It takes like 20 years at Sarah J Monastery, and then uh, he went to one of the tantric colleges also, and he got his tantric. He went through the full tantric program for the Gelug, so he's quite a capable person. Geshe Namdak in London. Has attended a lot of teachings with His Holiness, and His Holiness is unbelievably capable, but when he talks to Westerners and academics and gives talks and stuff in English, he tones it down a lot. A lot. Okay. Does he have bulletproof shielding? I don't know. I couldn't say. Am I still going? I don't know if I'm still going. Whatever this is, it's happening. Okay, in Amdo, the meditator was sitting chained because they were hitting the roof as they levitated. Okay, so there's this famous monastery then called Ganden Monastery. Uh wait, Ganden, Sarah, and what's the other one? Ganden, Sarah, and what's the third? Drepon. Drepon. No, no, that's not it. Okay. So I think it was one of the colleges, and I can't remember the name, but in Tibet, one of the colleges at Ganden Monastery, which is one of the three great monasteries of the Gelug tradition. I can't remember the Tibetan word, but that particular college within that monastery, the Tibetan word meant many doors. Like a door. many doors. And the reason it was called many doors is that they emphasized training in the jhanas. They emphasized training in meditation in that monastery. And one of the things that happens if you gain the jhanas is that you can walk through solid objects, so that you can walk through walls. You can walk through the earth if you want, according to the text. And so this particular college was called, whatever the word was at Gandan, was called Many Doors College, because so many people at that monastery had attained the jhanas that people, rather than using the actual doors in the monastery to save time, they would just walk through the walls to get where they wanted to go. So people were just walking through all the walls, and as a joke, as a joke, they called the place Many Doors because anywhere was a door, right? Anyways, this is what I mean when I say it's almost like a little bit of a joke amongst people that are training really hardcore, that these capabilities are considered to be so common, so ordinary, they're basically not worth talking about. And they can take you off the path if you're trying to just gain those, especially if you want to gain them to become famous or to make money or other things. It takes you off the path. And so they just don't emphasize it. They don't emphasize it as a thing. But if you do the training and you do it hardcore and um, you know, so the, these are, according to all the great traditions, some of the side effects of the system. TMY. I agree with you. I agree with you. From a religious standpoint, also, let's say, for example, you gained great clairvoyance. You could walk through walls. You could walk on water. That's another thing that happens if you gain the jhanas. You could read people's minds. You could see distant places with your mind. You could run really fast, like the Buddha did when he was interacting with what's his name? Finger Necklace. What's his real name? Finger Necklace. The serial killer, right? He was walking away from the serial killer, but the serial killer who could outrun a horse couldn't catch up with the Buddha. It's a very famous story. Anyway, so you can move really fast even when you're not moving fast. There's all these things you can do supposedly. Let's say you gain all those capabilities. If that's all you did and you die, you're still stuck in samsara. You're still stuck in suffering. You didn't fix any of the problems. You made your mind really capable, and then you died, and that's it. So, luck 108, you're absolutely right. Your renunciation for samsara, for the infinite rebirth problem you've been stuck in forever, includes clairvoyance, includes unbelievable clairvoyant powers. All of those things are still in the realm of samsaric rebirth. Just gaining those doesn't take you out of the problem. So, this is why Buddhists consider it to be a big problem, and so do the Taoists, that if you get diverted and your sole goal becomes, I'm just going to work on this clairvoyance thing. I'm just going to work on this being able to move people without touching them thing. I'm just going to work on this being able to walk through walls thing. And then I'm going to make a bunch of money. You wasted a huge opportunity. Massive, massive waste of your time to spend 10 years gaining the ability to do that thing to make a few bucks. Because once you die, it goes away. Maybe you have it for a couple more lifetimes, maybe you don't, but you wasted all that time, and you could have gotten yourself way further down the path if you focused on that goal instead. Does that make sense? So this is why it's sort of like, if we were taking medication, not meditation, if we were taking medication, it has side effects they're there, and sometimes the side effects are good, right? You take there was like a heart medication people were taking, and they found out that it helps with depression, right? And they go, oh, that's interesting. People who are taking this heart medication aren't getting depressed. That's really interesting. So some techniques, they have side effects that are good side effects. Meditation is a technique. Now we're on meditation, bing, bing, bong, bong, meditation. Meditation is a technique, is a technology, is a medicine that has a whole bunch of good side effects potentially. But if you get sidetracked from the main thing you're doing by the side effect, that was a big waste. You had a shot at this. Now you don't have a shot at this. What a shame. So this is why it's not emphasized in the traditions, even though these things are seen to be real, even though if you hang out with great practitioners, they are relatively being the operative word, relatively common. The reason it's not talked about more, demonstrated more, blah, 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 is because the more these things are shown off, the more they're made public, the more people do them, whatever, the more that people focus on that instead of the real thing. Also, there are charlatans and fakers and other people out there. And as I've heard from some great practitioners, one of the rationales goes like this, which is quite interesting. They say, well, look, if the great beings say, if the great Angulimala, thank you. If the great beings say, "Oh, I don't have much capability," and that's the standard for what a great being is how they're supposed to behave, is basically hide most of their capabilities, then that makes it so that the charlatans have to work a lot harder because the charlatans can't just pretend they have the capabilities of great beings that are really obvious. They have to have the not obvious capabilities like being great scholars, being having an unbelievable character over a long period of time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the charlatans have to work a lot harder to convince people that they're great beings if the great beings don't show off stuff that you could fake if you were clever enough, you know? If you're clever enough and you pay this person over here to sort of go along with it, you can fake all sorts of stuff, as you know from watching magic shows and everything else. So some of the great practitioners have said, look, if we don't show this stuff off, then people who are faking it and trying to make money from people and doing all this stuff, they have a much harder time of fooling people because what they have to fool people to do is much more demanding basically than just pretending they can levitate or pretending they can read minds or pretending they can walk through walls or right, which is all stuff that a good magician can do. Like what's his name, the mentalist in the UK? There's a really famous mentalist in the UK who's fantastic, who can convince you very very easily that he can read your mind, but he can't. Anyways, okay. So the medicine for the side effect is not living up to the potential. Yeah, the antidote to the problem created by a side effect that's really nice and enjoyable and interesting is that you don't follow that that side effect will continue to get better and more interesting and more powerful as you become better at all this. If you don't chase it, it will continue to get even more powerful and better and more interesting. There's no reason to chase it. But if you chase it, you go off the path. So the antidote is just don't chase it. Do the real thing. And if you do the real thing, these will happen anyway. Does that help? I don't know. It's pretty weird class today. All right, my friends. Well, friends, colleagues, comrades, all. Um, as strange as this was, if you had a good time, click one of the links below, chip in a little something so that I can carry on doing this for another month. We are unfortunately still a little bit light this month in terms of donations and income. So whatever you can chip in will be very much appreciated so that we can, I can carry on doing this in the month of August. So that would be very much appreciated. I would love to be here with you all one more month. So please do chip in if you are willing and able. And then, yeah, if you want to train a bit more hardcore and see me in retreats and blah, 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 join the Lohan course. If you want to train a bit more hardcore and do retreats with me from home and have a community to support you, join the school course. It's a great way to support me, and we're building a really cool thing with the school course. And for those of you who don't know, I'm also not like I'm not territorial about any of this. You can train in whatever you want. You can be whatever religion you want, as long as you do my stuff when you're doing my stuff well and properly. My humble opinion is based on not just a hunch, but training a lot of people now over the course of about 6 years, that these practices will help you do whatever it is you want to do, including weird stuff. Like if you want to be a Western esoteric practitioner, this will make you better at that. If you want to be, if you want to do Kabbalah, if you want to do Sufism, if you like, you know, if you want to be a really good Western magician, the Western magical esoteric traditions, whatever elements are real there, if you can do this stuff, it'll make it better. It'll make it stronger. Same thing. If you want to do the Lohan stuff and learn like a pretty hardcore lineage, because but like the Western esoteric stuff, because I think there's some of that creeping around in some of the questions that were asked tonight. Like I've done some Western esoteric stuff. Like I'm the type of person like when I want to learn something, I don't just want to read about it. I go and I do it. Like if I really want to know what it is, I go do it. So uh all of this, everything that's there will be better if you have these skills. Everything that's possible will be more powerful if you have these skills. From my experience, the Western esoteric traditions, they're missing a lot of pieces. They're missing a lot of pieces that make real stuff happen. Those pieces are still there because who did they borrow from? They borrowed from Eastern religions and they borrowed from Egyptian tradition, which was a dead tradition at the time they were borrowing from it. So there was nobody alive to tell them, yes, here's how it works, here's what this means, blah, 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 blah. If you want potentially to be able to do some of these weird things that are described in texts, you can find people that know those things through things like 18 Lohan, people in the internal arts communities who are real people, not the weirdos. There are still people alive that have some of these capabilities that are developed through high level martial arts, high level qigong, high level meditation stuff, and not all of them are monks and nuns, and a fair number of them live in the real world. One of my teachers, and I won't mention who because it's not my place, but again, one of my teachers who can do things like that is a totally ordinary person with a family. You would never know. Works a normal job. You would never know. You'd have, if you met him, you'd have no idea. But he can do things that basically, as far as I can tell, break the ordinary laws of physics. As far as I can tell. Uh, yeah, blue eyes. Listen, listen. Here's the bottom line. My thing is this. If you do 5 minutes a day, if you do 5 minutes a day of intensive breath for a month or two, you'll gain more insight and capability. That's tangible, noticeable. You can get your hands around it, and that'll make you hungry. You'll go, "Wow, what's next?" You know? And then if you do the body scanning stuff that I teach and you do it well, and this doesn't require 4 hours a day, probably if you were doing 5 minutes in the beginning and then you were doing 20 minutes after a couple of months, you would start to see real changes in your psychology. And then a few more months, you're doing standing practices, walking practices, and so on. Again, the time commitment in the ballpark of 30 minutes, right? you will start to see real changes of stuff, and this will make you hungry for what's actually possible, etc. That will drive you to train more, learn more, seek out real teachers, seek out real lineages. There's nothing like doing it and seeing that it's a real thing to make you hungry to have more of it, you know? Yeah, TMY, I'm happy to, I mostly teach. I mostly teach in a secular way. You know, my sources come from Buddhism mainly, a little bit of Taoism, and a little bit of cognitive science. But the techniques, even according to Buddhism, aren't Buddhist. These are just this is just human psychology that you can do certain things according to religious Buddhism. Does that make sense? So this is something that you can just teach someone and they can learn how to do as a human being. After doing a fair amount of it, you'll start having experiences, I think, probably that will make you interested in wondering how deep the rabbit hole goes. And to your question, Blue Eyes, which is implied but not stated, the techniques I teach are for real people in the real world, so that while you're out there doing what the world requires of you, you can be training your mind at the same time. I teach things in particular for people like yourself who have demands in the real world. That is a benefit to your practice, not a drawback or damage to your practice. If you have something demanding in real life that has consequential to others, where you have to focus, pay attention, put in real heart, this benefits your practice, doesn't hurt your practice. Do you need to spend some time in retreat occasionally? Yeah. But if you learn how to train your mind properly, you'll be taking more and more and more and more of the capabilities you've gained through training into more and more activities. That's the whole, well, not the whole point, but that's one of the major things that I'm trying to bring into wider awareness in terms of training and meditation is again, I hope this doesn't seem arrogant or strange, but let me just show you as best I can very quickly, right? So Mahamudra practice, for example, you're learning, as we did with hearing tonight, you're learning how to become aware of hearing as the entirety of hearing as the object of meditation, right? You can do that at work. If you can do it with vision, let's say that my finger represents your work, right? Normally you go like this, and your eyes are trying to follow your work around like this while you're working. That's really tiring and takes a lot of attention of a certain kind. On the other hand, if you can zoom out like this, watch the whole screen. Okay? You ready? Watch the entire screen. Now, whereas before it was difficult to follow my finger, you can probably see everywhere my finger's going now without having to move your eyes around. Now, watch. I can put 10 fingers moving around and you can see all of them and everything they're doing and every pattern they're making without having to move your eyes. So, if you learn how to use your mind in an intelligent way, you can take in 10 times more information. You see it? So training your mind and concentration with the right kinds of techniques is something that should make you even more capable when you go into the real world, not less capable. And you should be able to take more and more and more of it into the real world and use it to transform what you're doing in the real world. It shouldn't be two separate things. I hope that makes sense. So to show you as best I can what these skills should look like when they're a little bit further along, and I'm not a great practitioner. I'm an okay practitioner, to make things clear, okay? So this is Just as an example, I don't know how much this helps. I hope it helps a little bit. But as I sit here, give me 3 seconds. Now I am having a non dual experience of vision and I'm having a non dual experience of hearing. But it doesn't look to you probably that I changed anything. And I can still sit here and have a conversation with you. I can still talk. I can still read the comments. I'm still doing the work of doing the live stream and answering questions. But because I have a technique that allows me to turn vision and hearing at the same time into an object of concentration, and because I've done it for a while, and I'm fairly good at it now, relatively speaking, I can turn it on. And now the visual field is my object, hearing is my object, mental content appearing in front of my mind is my object. And so it doesn't require me to stop doing anything to switch on a fairly sophisticated level, fairly, not great, but fairly sophisticated level of concentration. So now I'm training while talking to you, I'm training in concentration in the techniques we were doing earlier tonight. And it doesn't have to look like anything. No one has to know. And because I'm okay at this, there's bliss coming up in the body. So now I was getting a little tired, but now my body has all this energy, so I can keep going and my answers will be better. Skillful, skillful. So these are techniques that are meant. Sorry, yeah, turn that off. So these are techniques that are meant for real life. They're not techniques that are meant to be sort of. And this is part of what I don't like about the modern context of meditation training is people think over here at home I do my meditation so that I can kind of be okay and manage my stress. And then I go out into the world and I do all this stuff that's not my practice. And then I come back and I do this little thing over here. That's not it. You're gaining a capability. Like imagine it like fitness, okay? You go to the gym, you work out your legs for 2 months. You work out your legs. You work out your calves. You work out your thighs. You work out even the little muscles in your feet. And now everywhere you walk, your legs are strong. Every time you use your legs to do something, your legs are strong. Likewise, you train your mind over here on the cushion, gain skills, gain capabilities. Then you take those into the world, and your mind has these capabilities at its disposal to use. Does that make sense? So you have time. It's a matter of motivation. And it starts in the way that I teach with 5 minutes a day. Relatively easy, but the technique is effective with 5 minutes a day. In fact, I recommend you don't do more than 5 minutes at any one time because the technique works better if you do it for 5 minutes at a time. So the time commitment is quite small. So this is what I would say. And if you'd like to learn more, just send me like $5,000. And no, I'm kidding. If you want to learn more, all of the information is there for the first technique on the meditation and mindfulness course. Hold on. Uh, yeah. Shorts, videos, playlists. Yeah, here we go. Good. Okay, so here's the link. So that's the description is the same one that I have in the school course for Foundation 1 with a fair amount of detail and explanation. And then obviously you've been here a fair number of times, so you know the technique fairly well already, but it's good to read the instructions, hear the instructions, think about the instructions, because that's part of what makes the technique work. Memory is part of what makes meditation happen. This word mindfulness that's translated as sort of moment by moment awareness, that's not actually what that word means. So sati or smrti means memory, to remember. So watch the video. There's a document that's attached to the video. Read the document also, and then do the technique. Just 5 minutes a day, and start with that, and then blue eyes in like, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. It was a joke. When you've been doing that for a month or two, and on top of hanging out with me here in class and getting a little taste of the other stuff for a while, then we'll talk about the next one, and probably you only need to add on maybe 10 minutes, in the beginning. And this will have noticeable effects on other things, and I'll give you techniques to take more and more of it into your real life. Yeah, because that's where the real training happens, is in real life, not on the cushion. The cushion is practice. Real life is for training. Cushion, practice, real life training, right? And same thing, TMY. You could start there. Start with the that YouTube video. That's the same one. If you were to join the school course, that's the same one. That's the first one on the school course. So start there, a month or two, do that technique, and then just reach out to me through school, or reach out to me through Facebook or through Discord. I'm actually liking Discord more and more. Um, so maybe Discord instead of Facebook, and just tell me what's going on and how it's going, and over time, that'll be stuff will happen. You know, not magical stuff, but relatively normal stuff will start to happen, and there are a couple of signs that tell me that you've done enough of that one, that your mind is under control enough that it'd be really good to add on the next thing at that point. Okay. Well, I think we've reached the bottom of the infinite scroll. The immovable force has met the immovable object has met an unstoppable force. And here we are in the infinite anteroom of eternity called the present moment. Voice changed. I wonder if no. Did something change on my settings? No, no, it did not. Well, I'm not sure. Sorry. Bonus points if anybody can tell me where that quote came from. Bloom scrolling. The infinite anteroom of eternity. I would be really surprised without using Google if anybody knows where that came from. Surprised and delighted. Matter of fact, for those who are interested, maybe that comes from one of my favorite movies that one of my teachers recommended that I watch. Uh, maybe we'll do a movie night through Discord, since the previous one failed on YouTube. No, you missed it. You'll have to go back. But maybe we'll do a movie night this weekend or something, and we can watch that movie. It's really good. It's a really, really good movie. Here's the name: Dean Spanley. A fantastic, fantastic film. Okay, once again, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it all off. Away it goes. Oh, maybe not. Here we are, actually at nighttime. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you again very soon. We got to do my thing, I guess. We're on the internet. whatever the words are.